Yeah, we're supposed to work. Yeah.
Yeah. Are there any public comments for now? On Zoom?
Good evening. I'd like to call the regular board meeting to order. Board of Trustees ground rules are there for us to read and remember. Are there any changes or corrections to the agenda? I know there are a couple corrections to minutes that have been made. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Public comments.
Oh, and I will mention too that the with 103, the agenda has been reviewed at Consultation Council and is presented without constituent objection.
Thank you. I flew right by that. Okay. Public comments. I understand we have one via Zoom. I don't know your name, so you'll have to state your name.
It's Kenya Galdamez, I believe.
Kenya, are you with us?
I am. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. May I start now?
Yes, please.
Last year in September, I wrote a letter to all of you asking who was educating you on what our students needed. What data did you have that insisted on students, especially those disadvantaged, low income, first generation?
I'm going to stop you for 1 second. Can you close that door? It's really loud and I am struggling hearing her. Thank you.
This is where I live and my doors are closed. Yeah, this is where I live.
Okay, go ahead.
First generation students, we serve preferring in-person classes and services. What research did you have to support what students wanted? I also asked you at that time to please listen to the students' voices. However, all of your efforts seem to be contrary to what the majority of students wanted and needed. 6 months later, I see a glimpse of hope after hearing the Board of Trustees chair and vice chair talking about remote learning at the previous board meeting. Reasons for loss of enrollment and innovation in education and the fact that the future is here. I am hopeful now that we can start meeting students where they are. And by this, I don't mean that I believe all students want to do remote learning, but a lot of our students do, if not the majority. And I am very glad to hear that we might be going towards that direction. And I would also hope that vaccines, boosters, exemptions will be removed to create a welcoming environment that is diverse and respectful of other opinions. As science is divided on the topic of COVID, we should stop making students, faculty, and staff alike feel less than or inferior only because we believe in medical freedom. On the other hand, we would also like to know why are religious exemptions given with an expiration date and where is that information on the MOU, because I haven't been able to locate it. And if you guys, or when are you guys planning to remove this barrier? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have some written comments? For this is for closed session.
Correct. Yes, there were 15 written comments for closed session, and they're in the following categories. One was basically the written comments that Kenya just provided to us verbally. There were 7 comments related to removing the mask mandate or making masks optional. 5 for keeping the current mask mandate through the semester. 1 with the request to recognize Dolores Huerta at the colleges and district. And there was 1 comment on a faster notification to students following an exposure to COVID-19.
After this, we will convene a closed session for 2.01 Conference with Labor Negotiations, Government Code 54957.6, and Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, Government Code 54957, one case. And we will be back at 6:30 for open session, or as close as we can get there. Thank you. Good evening. We're returning, sorry, a little bit late from from closed session, and we have nothing to report. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Trustee Torres, will you lead us, please? One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, next is public comments. We have someone here live, so we'll go to that first. Betty Jo Booth. Oh, to the podium there.
Public speaking is not my forte. So I'm here.
And
regarding-
I'm sorry, anyone who does not have a mask on does need to be wearing a mask in this environment. If you need one, we will provide one for you.
Thank you. I'm here regarding religious exemptions. By law, a religious exemption is derived from an individual's sincerely held religious beliefs. Also, by law, a reasonable accommodation is to be made if it does not create more than de minimis hardship. Unfortunately, the college has defined a single rigid definition of religious exemption. The college is not a medical provider, but is dictating medical intervention to its students in the form of either a vaccine or invasive diagnostic testing. The college has also expressed it does not offer accommodations, and that opposes the law. God tells us that our body is the temple of the Holy Spirit and we must keep it pure. God tells us that only those who are sick need a doctor and to abstain from unnecessary medical intervention. And God tells us to avoid the mark of the beast, or in this case, any policy that will lay the path for it. The right to invoke a religious exemption with reasonable accommodation is protected by the US Constitution, the California Constitution, the Civil Rights Act for students, Title IV, and for your employees, Title VII, and the college's own equal opportunity and non-discrimination statements. Also, Title III indicates that you cannot make a blanket statement that someone is a direct threat absent objective evidence like symptoms or current medical knowledge, such as a licensed doctor who examined them. A policy cannot supersede these. Besides being a concerned taxpayer and alumni, I am a parent whose student is being denied the ability to complete his program. He is not comfortable speaking here today. He is a student of good standing, having taken hybrid courses without issue from 2018 until fall of 2021, when he was denied access to his one lab mid-semester based solely on his sincerely held religious beliefs. He was denied a reasonable accommodation for non-invasive symptom screening, thermal scanning, in lieu of invasive diagnostic testing. Thermal scanning is accepted by the CDC and as is self-check, which is used at some California colleges. Both vaccinated and unvaccinated can carry and develop COVID, yet only my student and students like him are being falsely stereotyped as a threat and denied access based solely on their religious beliefs. This constitutes discrimination and violation of Title III. It is unlawful to force a student to choose between God and their right to an education. Seeking counsel with my son, I have learned that just because this has been occurring, it does not make it lawful. I'm thankful to our family's pastor who fought legally to open our church in May of 2020, to Rhonda Kennedy who supported our church, and to organizations such as First Liberty who recently spoke at our church regarding religious persecution in America. Finally, I thank you for your time and consideration regarding your current handling of religious exemptions. I'm hoping that my son will be resubmitting his response to the religious exemption denial that he received. That is up to my son. He is not, this really pushed him backward. He was excelling at the school.
Thank
and when he
you.
received the denial, he kind of shelled up, and that's up to him, and it's between you and him. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other? If you could then begin by stating your name, please.
Rebecca Dahl. I was here last month and I'll be here every month until you remove the policies related to COVID vaccination, COVID testing, and masking. I'm here again this month, and as I said, I'll be here every month. In case you don't know, a lot has changed since the spring 2022 email sent out saying masks will remain indefinitely for VCCCD. USC removed their mask mandate on Monday. Please pay attention. Cal State Channel Islands is removing their mask mandate next Monday on the 14th. Ventura Valley Unified School District removing their mask mandate on Monday for everyone, regardless of vaccination status. They're not going to discriminate against their staff and their students. I still don't understand why VCCCD thinks that you have the legal right to exclude students from a public college which receives public funding. The only thing in the ed code that allows you to exclude a student is if they have a contagious disease. And not all contagious diseases, because you have to let kids with HIV on campus. You have to let kids with Hep B on campus as long as they've already started medical treatment. In fact, a person recovering from chickenpox can come to campus as long as the pox scars have started to scab over. You do not get to restrict students' access to campus because you think they have a contagious disease. That's not how this works. You cannot mandate that a subset of the student population has to take a test because you think they have a contagious disease. You don't go around testing everybody on campus to see if they have an STD. You don't do that. You don't do it. So why are you doing it for this? Why are you going to be the only public educational facility in the county with a mask mandate come next Monday? You have smaller class sizes than Channel Islands. Many of the classes on campus at Moore Park right now have 10 and 14 students. That's it. They can socially distance 10 feet apart in some of their classes, and they still can't take off their masks to do public speaking. And yet you think that that's an appropriate standard of education. I'd also like to talk to you very briefly. I hope you all check your emails. I sent you an email yesterday because of the harassment from the health center at Moore Park College and Allison K. Spartan. My son's religious exemption magically couldn't be found the first day he wanted to come on campus. He's due on campus at 10 a.m. He can't call till 9. Yesterday, magically, his test results couldn't get cleared. Again, had to call. Oh, Allison's not available for at least 20 minutes. I had to call the president of Moore Park College to get my kid a pass to get on campus. That is not okay. And her retaliation, because I come to these meetings, is not acceptable. And
Thank
you're 5
you.
seconds away from her harassment complaint.
Thank you. Do you have a chance to run the written? I'm sorry.
I submitted a comment online a day or two ago.
Do we have a comment card?
I submitted one online a day or two ago.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
What's your name?
Isaac Akopnik-Cholsky.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Isaac Akopnik-Cholsky. I'm a paramedic student at Ventura College, and I'm here to speak about the vaccine mandates, Board Policy and Administrative Procedure 3506. As I have in the previous month's meetings, I'm asking that you repeal it. I really do believe that most of the district administrators here are well-meaning people. And I know that COVID has been extremely difficult for all of us. I worked as an EMT for the last 4 years and worked through the pandemic, through the beginning, up until now. And I understand how scary and difficult and challenging this has been for everyone to handle. I remember when the COVID pandemic just started, I was genuinely scared for my life, as I was scared for the lives of my patients and others. And I did see many people die because of it. And at that time, there was no vaccine, none of that protection. As a matter of fact, I was asking the company's management that I was working at for N95 masks, and they were short. They just said, you don't need them. Don't even run calls with masks. So I don't want you to think that us being here today, we're against protective measures, or that we're just ignorant, that we don't believe COVID exists. I mean, we know very well that it exists, and we know that it has to be managed in a certain way. But to manage it doesn't mean you have to discriminate against your staff and students. I think at this point, we see a lot of new data that's come out that shows that the virus is not nearly as dangerous as we first thought it was. We also see that the strains have progressively gone weaker and weaker. And regardless of all that, we're all adults here, and we need to act like adults in the sense that everyone has the right to make their own medical choices. So even as a medical professional, as an EMT, I have no right to dictate under normal circumstances to a patient what kind of medical treatment they need, even if I strongly believe that a certain procedure is going to benefit a patient. I have no right to force that patient to undergo such a treatment. So I think, that the same should apply to school administration and policies, because at this point, there's so much information out there. And I think the district should take the policy to help staff and students understand that information so that everyone's able to make an informed choice, and it should completely be a choice. Masks probably should be provided, and people should have the option to wear them, but not be forced, because I think we've all been in this pandemic long enough, and we're all mature enough to know what's right for us and the best way to stay safe. And mandated masks and vaccines have clearly not kept anyone safer, and they've caused a lot of harm psychologically. So I just hope that you're able to think about this and take a step back and say, how can we make this district a good and open place again? I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We had some written comments that the chancellor will summarize.
Yes, there were a total of 17 written comments submitted for open session. One was recommending for the colleges and district to recognize Dolores Huerta. We had 11 written comments to make the mask mandate either optional or to remove the mask mandate. There were 4 written comments to keep the mask mandate, and 1 comment to drop all mandates, mask, vaccine, and any others. And that summarizes the written comments, and they will be available in the board meeting minutes for everybody to see.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Corinne, did you want to make a public comment? It's actually better if you wait until the item, and since you usually stay anyway, just it won't hurt to remind me at 13. Thank you. Okay, moving on to 4.01. We have some new employees, new classified employees. Ms. Barosa? Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped Narissa. Narissa's not in the room with me, and Narissa, are you there? Narcissa. Narissa works for me. Narcissa.
Thank you for changing my name. Good evening, members of the board and the
I
public.
was just reading an email from Narissa, who works for me. So I can only think of one thing at a time. Thank you, Narcissa. Narcissa's here to give us a quick update and answer any questions from the board.
Thank you. Let me let the board know that we are busy, still recruiting. We had some real opportunities to connect with people, in that the CEO of all the community colleges met last weekend. I do want to acknowledge the presidents from your colleges, in that they were all very helpful in answering questions and referring individuals to us who may be interested in the position. So they're working overtime to help us with the search process. We're processing applications. We're on target. One major concern that I'm going to bring up with the board, and we'll have to talk about it later, is that one of the major obstacles continues to be the salary and compensation package for the chancellor, which is fairly well below that of all similar districts. So that keeps coming up. I'm just alerting the board that it is very difficult when president, superintendent are already making higher salaries than what you're paying your chancellor. So that's one major issue that we will need to continue to consider. Any way I can be of help and provide information. I know the chancellor had provided salary for all the different chancellors and presidents, superintendents in the state, and we can present that to you again. So that's one issue. I am recommending and will be making an adjustment to the schedule so that the search committee may be meeting at a later date to start reviewing application. I'm going to call this a mini extension to give us at least 2 more weeks to recruit. That's partly due to the fact that there are quite a few of other searches that we're competing with. And I want to make sure we get as many candidates in as possible. Aside from that extension of probably, I would say 2 weeks, everything else will stay on schedule. It will make absolutely no difference on the dates that we have selected for campus visits and for the board to be able to review and see applications, or the search committee. So that probably the review of candidates will probably start later in March. And I will be communicating with all the search committee members to select a new day for us to meet, probably the first week in April. But I don't want to pin a date down because I have to really communicate with all of the search committee members and make sure we accommodate their schedule. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I want you to know there's a lot of people who are interested. They want it. Some of them saying, I wish they could hold off for a year or two. A lot of that has to do with housing costs. A lot of people don't necessarily want to move their families right now. So it's all understandable. But right now, a lot of compliments about the board and your meetings because candidates are watching you. So they're very pleased with what they see. And we're doing quite well. We feel very good about the process. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Narcissa? Trustees, no? It doesn't appear there's any questions. I did see some furrowed brows facing me about the any kind of extension. So I do hope that you will discuss that with the search committee and try and keep us on track. You and I had our conversation earlier. So thank you so much for the update.
Just so to reassure everybody, it doesn't really have the impact at all in the dates. It just means that the search committee will start reviewing the applications a little later. But otherwise, the schedule will be the same as what I have discussed and sent to everybody.
Okay, Vice Chair Mantirth has a question.
Narcissa, regarding the compensation level, it would appear that the longer we wait to finalize something like that, we may be deterring potential candidates from applying. So it seems like there would be some urgency connected to that. Is that not correct?
Well, what I am telling everybody is that I have discussed this, that I have made the board aware of it, that you have looked at the salary that's being offered at other districts, and that basically I'm taking the liberty to say that this is something you're considering, and depending on the candidates and what their current compensations are, that the board will make the right decision at the right time. So I'm encouraging people to still apply, even though that is a concern. And it seems to be working. I'm doing my best in representing you. but we know that the item is open and we have agreed, correct, board members, that this will be discussed as we move forward.
Just wanted to ensure we're not an impediment to that part of the process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for clarifying that. That was a concern as well. Anybody else? Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. We will see you, talk to you soon.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great meeting.
I'll use your correct name next time. No. Okay. Moving on. Now the acknowledgement of new employees. Ms. Barosa.
So congratulations to the following employees who were hired or promoted during the period of February the 1st through the 28th. We have Jessica Rocha, Office Assistant at the District Administrative Center, Michelle Costello, Executive Assistant to the Chancellor Confidential at the District Administrative Center, and Eric Lopez, Administrative Assistant at Oxnard College. Congratulations to them.
Thank you. And then we also are recognizing some retirees. We have Janine Day, Ventura College, Fiscal Services Supervisor, began in 2012. Linda Calloway, Oxnard College, an EOPS technician since September 1998. Marcos Lupian, Oxnard College, a counselor services specialist, began in 2001. Melvo Soto, an air conditioning mechanic, service began in 1997. And Pamela Kennedy Luna, Moorpark College counselor, began in 2000. And Terry Kobos, she's been here at the District Administrative Center, General Services, and she began in 1988. Congratulations to all of you and enjoy your retirement. Okay. Now comes. Okay. Try that again. No. Ow. All right. We are here to talk about our classified employees of the year, and we have a great classified staff, and I don't envy those of you that had to make these decisions on your campuses. We will start with the District Administrative Center Classified Employee of the Year. And what we're going to do is just invite the person up. And so if you would like to take your mask off for a picture with the Chancellor and I, you can do that. If you'd rather keep masks on, that's okay too. So this is congratulations, Lieutenant Cesar Romero, the District Administrative Center Classified Employee of the Year. Lieutenant Romero is committed to the campus, the district, and the community that he loves so much. He does everything he can to make each day in his city a better and safer place. Students, staff, and faculty are inspired by his leadership style and strive to be more like him. He is a faithful servant leader, allowing his team to try new things and flourish. His volunteer work in the community truly impacts a multitude of people's lives. And he's here. Next, congratulations, Amparo Medina. Amparo Medina is the Classified Student Activities Specialist and the Classified Senate President, who embodies the core values of what Oxnard College represents. As a first-generation college graduate, Amparo knows firsthand the challenges our students face, and she's a powerful advocate for those who feel disempowered. Amparo is consistently the first one to volunteer to help in all aspects of the college. And she does so with grace and confidence, and whose persistence and long leadership is exemplary to our campus community. Most importantly, Amparo is an equity-minded, student-centered, and socially conscious professional who cares deeply about our students. Amparo focuses on students first with every breath that she takes and works with our associated student government, where she teaches them communication skills, leadership development, and advocacy. Amparo was also instrumental in bringing the Caring Campus initiative to the college and the expansion of robust peer mentoring opportunities. We are proud Amparo Medina was selected for this meaningful recognition. Congratulations. Next, congratulations, Jesse Llamas, Ventura College Classified Employee of the Year. Jesse is a highly skilled and knowledgeable employee who operates with the ease within the inner workings of our district after 24 years of stellar service. The level of commitment to equity for all students within her care is unsurpassed while helping the college close equity gaps with her attention to detail and meticulous care. She recognizes the essential components necessary for overall student success. Jessie always has a focus on student equity, whether it's in thought or practice. Her passion in operating to improve the student-facing experience on campus throughout the community or on a statewide level. Most of the preparation for our 19 sports when students engage on her community at a multitude of events and levels start with Jessie. Wow. We are very fortunate to toil with her and thrive in her simple mission on behalf of our students. She presents us these wonderful brief moments in time to form a bond, make a difference in the world, and then enter a crossroad that seems to appear out of nowhere again, and all in the name of students. Jessie? Tall person. Okay, congratulations, Mara Rodriguez, Moorpark College Classified Employee of the Year. One only needs to interact with Mara for a few moments to realize that the college's exotic animal training and management program and America's Teaching Zoo are truly, deeply, dearly loved by her. Mara's commitment to high standards of professionalism is on display daily, as working with wild animals requires extreme diligence and care. Mara constantly prioritizes decisions that advance the zoo. It is people and its people and its animals. In fact, she believes so strongly in the mission of America's Teaching Zoo and the benefits of animal conservation, training, and education that she left her role as an instruction lab technician, where she got to spend every day working with some of Eden's famed cats like Ira the lion to lead the zoo's fundraising and development efforts. This is an excellent fit for Mara, as it is hard to imagine anyone else being better suited to represent the program and to compel others to support it. Her adeptness at building relationships and affecting change benefit not only Edom, but the campus more broadly. We are honored to recognize Mara's near 30 years of commitment and contributions to Moore Park College and the Ventura County Community College District. And I would also like to say at this time that Mara was also voted as the VCCCD Classified Employee of the Year, is Mara Rodriguez.
Wow, thank you so much. What an honor. Wow. Oh, Trustee McKay, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry I cannot be there. I'm at home in Van Nuys wearing my Moore Park College sweatshirt. So grateful. And I wish I was right there in that picture. Thank you so much.
So how this works is after tonight, we will forward the 2022 Classified Employee of the Year's name to the Board of Governors for consideration as the statewide 2022 California Community Colleges Classified Employee of the Year. That award recognizes classified employees demonstrating the highest level of commitment to the California community colleges, professional ethics and standards, serving the institution through participation in professional and community activities and service as a leader beyond the local institution. So congratulations to all of you, and congratulations, Mara.
Thank you.
Okay, that's fun. Next, academics, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Well, I'm usually skipping something. So academic senate presidents, we'll start with Ventura College. Dan.
Chairman Kay, thank you. Welcome, Board of Trustees. I have just two categories of things to consult on today. One is the 13.01 to 1315, the slate of BPs. I wanted to just ask for many of them, like 13.03, for example, it'll invite lots of discussion amongst the trustees on those board policies. Some of them, though, and perhaps this is something the board committees could take a look at. For some of them, like BP 4102, that's item 13.07. If it's something that's just kind of a reaffirmation and no change, especially for the shorter board policies, maybe those would be appropriate for consent calendar. So maybe think about that as we go through today's discussion on those. 13.01, even though it's up for tonight, you might be seeing that one again soon because Ventura College has been working on their mission statement, and we're hopefully pretty soon, pretty close to having our finalized new mission statement. The other two are 15.01, 15.02. I just wanted to reiterate that the DCAS participatory governance process has been going pretty full force. The budget criteria and assumptions and the allocation model have gone through pretty robust participatory governance. So thank you.
Thank you. Amy, Oxnard College.
Good evening, all. We all have our own.
By the way, it's great to see you. It's like in person, it feels nice.
Yes, agreed.
Glad to have you here.
Great to be here. 4.01, I'd like to welcome Eric Lopez as the new administrative assistant over at Public Safety. He's already hit the ground running. 4.02, I have to just take a moment. We have three really long-term employees. Linda Calloway, you mentioned them earlier, 24 years in our EOPS department. Marcos Lubian, 21 years in counseling, and Melvin Soto, 25 years in AC mechanics. Our college runs better, and well, sad to see them go, but hope they have a really, really nice retirement. And don't think about us too much. 4.04 classified of the year. Congratulations, Amparo. Well deserved. And I can't wait to see that cute photo. 12.02, encourage you to support the STEM counselor position. You'll notice that it is a non-tenured position. It is running under a grant. 13, all the policies in general have been reviewed and passionately discussed with multiple groups that the three of us get to be on multiple times. So just want you to feel confident that they have run through all participatory governance. 1501 and 1502, faculty appreciate that the processes are being followed clearly. 1801, I'm back to just doing a faculty spotlight. I don't want to miss it. We have one of our newer faculty today. Typically, I have faculty who've been here a while, but Selena Bavidas Black, she's one of 2 new psychology professors. She is in developmental psychology, 18 years of experience in the field. She comes to OC with 8 years of teaching experience. She earned her PhD in developmental psychology. She focused on supporting community college students' retention and transfer. Perfect at Oxnard College. She earned her Ed Master's in Human Development and Psychology from Harvard Graduate School of Education, has a Master's in Education with a preliminary single subject mathematics credential from Whittier College. So she is very qualified. She's also enthusiastic. She is excited to expand the program. Already this semester, she has started 2 new psychology honors sections, and she looks forward to doing more in the future. She attends Senate meetings regularly, and it's really nice to see some new psychology faculty at the college. Thank you for supporting those positions. And that's my consultation.
Good evening, trustees, chancellor, and other attendees. Thank you as always for the opportunity to comment on a few items. 4.02 retirees, Pam Kennedy Luna, counselor. I've had the good fortune to work with her in a number of capacities. I very much thank her for her many years of dedicated service to students, her colleagues, and the college, and wish her the very best on the next chapter of her life. The entirety of 13 board policies, with the possible exception of a few board-directed policies, they've all been presented and vetted through the participatory governance process. And I do appreciate the support of the board in these policies that will also recognize all the amazing work by many wonderful groups of folks behind the scenes making all of these recommendations to the board for approval. I would be delighted to serve as an additional resource if there are any questions for those being considered. 1501 to 1503, the budget criteria and assumptions, allocation model, and infrastructure model. These have also gone through the participatory governance process and include input from all constituent groups, not to mention an incredible amount of work from business and administrative services. I do thank business and administrative services for incorporating comments from during our discussions in DCAS. Appreciate board support for these items. And just before I conclude, just a reminder that today is International Women's Day. I don't know if you made a comment before. A day to celebrate the many contributions and achievements of women. While we still have a lot of work to do, it is great to see so many women in leadership positions in this very room, some of whom will be taking part in a Her Story presentation on Friday. So thank you, Trustee McKay and Torres, for doing that. Thank you.
First, when I say it's our pleasure, so thank you for inviting us. Moving on to classified Senate, why don't we have Amparo lead us off? Congratulations again.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Chancellor Gillespie. I'd like to call your attention to item 4.04 and recognize my fellow classified and their hard work. Classified keep our district going day in and day out, and they provide services and resources to students from financial aid to tutoring and everything in between. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize Lieutenant Romero, who has made a difference in the lives of Oxnard College students. He has literally changed the course of direction of our students, and I think it's a reflection of our officers in general. We had a student in particular who was sitting at Condor Cafe contemplating leaving. She was done. She just felt, she wasn't sure where to go. And he happened to go by and said hello and said, how are things going? And started talking to her. And through the conversation, he was able to connect her with college resources. and it changed her life, right? She decided to stay. She decided to continue with her studies. And it's those little interactions that happen every day by classified that, it goes back to the heart of why we're here, and it's to support students. So it's a well-deserved award for Lieutenant Romero. Item 4.01 and item 12.01, welcome to the new employees who have joined the Oxnard College family. And items 4.03, retirees, Linda, Mel, and Marcos. Their hard work and dedication has not been unnoticed, and they will be missed. Finally, items 15.01 and 15.02. Just to share that, yes, the classified voice has been included, processes were followed, and we encourage your support of both items. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone here for Ventura College? I know it's vacant. Anyone reporting? Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Kim? Dr. Hoffman? I'm really too informal here.
Chair McKay. Yes, I just wanted to let you know, as you know, Sebastian Stebelt has left us. We will miss him greatly, but Jordana Ibarra Telias has stepped up to the plate, and she will be our new classified Senate president. So we're very thankful for her taking and serving in this position.
Well, we look forward to meeting her. Okay. Alex? District service, district office.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Board and Chancellor Gillespie. Just a couple of things to share with you. So item 4.01, big DAC family welcome to Jessica Rocha, office assistant, our friendly face and professional face that we find here in the reception lobby. As well as, of course, we can't go on without recognizing our new hire, executive assistant to the Chancellor, Ms. Michelle Castello. 4.02, I would just like to recognize Ms. Terry Kobos, her retirement. As you notice, she's been almost, I believe the number is 34 years here with the district. She's done a lot of great things in helping operations keep moving and flowing for our colleges in the district. So we will miss her, and we thank her deeply for her service and hope she has a well-deserved retirement. And 4.04, classified employee of the year. Thank you again. We appreciate all the classified and everything they do for our colleges, our district, our students, and our community. A big congratulations again to Lieutenant Romero, Jesse, my colleague Amparo, and of course Mara, who I think is still watching. I'm not too sure, but congratulations to all of them. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, so now I get what happened. Is that the Ventura College? Oh, no. No, that's Linda. No, there was somebody else up there and I thought I messed it up. Okay. No, I know. I recognize Linda. Hi, Linda.
Hello. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Chancellor Gillespie, and guest. I would like to do consultation on 4.04. Wow. Big congratulations to all of the nominees, but especially our very own Mara Rodriguez. And more so for being selected VCCCD Classified Employee of the Year. We are so proud of Mara, of all of her work and support that she does for our college, more so for our students. She is a well-respected member of our college. Her unwavering support of the campus, the EDM program, and the students is a clear evidence of her commitment to our students' success. So we are very happy and proud of Mara's hard work. And I would also like to recognize Amparo, my colleague, Classified Senate President at OC. Congratulations to Amparo as well. I would also like to consult on items 1501, 1502, 1503, just ask for your support and approval. As my counterpart Amparo has said, classified voice has been heard for these items. And just lastly, I would like to invite you to our Friday's Women's Herstory of the Month event, where there will be a talk with local elected officials, Assemblywoman Jackie Irwin, Simi Valley Councilwoman Ruth Levanos, and our very own Trustee McKay and Trustee Torres will be sharing their experience as women and elected officials, and it will be moderated by our VP of Academic Affairs, Mary Reese. This will be on Friday. at 12:30 webinar format. So I invite you to participate. And then also one last thing, we are very proud of our women's basketball team, Go Raiders, as they continue to advance towards the championship. They will be playing this Thursday, March 10th at West Hills College. And then if they win this Thursday, they will move on to a Final Four on Saturday. And if they win on Saturday, which we are fingers crossed that they will go on to the championship game on Sunday. So we are very, very happy and proud of our team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Trustee Rodriguez, would you like to introduce students?
Sure, I'll start off by introducing Damaris Figueroa, the Oxnard College Associated Student Government President. She's joining us via Zoom.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Chancellor Gillespie. The Oxnard College Associated Student Government officers have been busy providing the student perspective in our college decision-making processes. We are currently reviewing the technology master plan and providing feedback on streamlining district-wide enrollment steps. The ASG secretary and I will be attending the SSCCC General Assembly in Sacramento at the end of this month to advocate for students' needs. Next week on March 16th, we are hosting a poetry slam in collaboration with Ventura College. The event will begin at 6 p.m. in the Oxnard College Conference Center. We would love it if you could attend. Thank you for your time. Bye, everybody.
We could go to Tony Magana, the Associated Student President of Ventura College.
Good evening. And so ASBC has been at work with some business regarding our constitution and bylaws. We finished making our edits and it's to be voted on in an upcoming meeting within the next week probably. And in other news, we're also with student elections, we're actively recruiting current students to run for election. As far as student engagement goes, we have events planned out for March, including Women's History Month events. That's going to have a food pantry drive-through that's going to be partnered with VC Basic Needs. Our cafeteria is also finished being remodeled. They put in the new furniture, so there's also going to be a grand reopening in the works. And next week, we will be leaving for a conference, a leadership conference, the ASACC conference. So we should learn a lot from that. And that's the end of my report.
And we could go to Karina Arteaga, the Director of Student Advocacy for Moorpark College, Associated Students.
Okay, so hi, everyone. Okay, so I submitted a written report. It was actually attached yesterday to board docs. So hopefully you'll get a chance to look at it. But I still wanted to verbally highlight some things. So next Wednesday, March 16th, we'll actually be hosting 2 events in person. So at 11 a.m., we'll be having a mental health forum with a guest speaker. And then later that day at 7 p.m., we'll be having a movie night in celebration of Women's History Month. Then the following week, so March 23rd, there is an event that we call Raider X, which is similar to TEDx Talks, TED Talks, and basically allows students to speak on topics that they're passionate about. And also, I just wanted to highlight that on Thursday, our performing arts program is actually kicking off their musical, which is called Kinky Boots. And our very own director of campus events is actually in the musical. And so that's about it. Again, most of the information is actually in the written report, but we hope to see you at Moorpark College in person sometime this month. Thank you.
Okay, student trustee report. Back to you, Brian.
All right, thank you. So I want to start off by thanking all of you for allowing me to join you at the DEI special board meetings. Those have been my favorite board meetings. I've learned a lot, and I've also done my best to impart that knowledge to our associated student governments. As you've heard, Ventura College is reviewing their constitution, and I'm really trying to ensure that some DEI language is included, and that things are inclusive. I also did that when it came to our own board agenda. As you may have noticed, a difference in our board agenda. The student report and the student trustee report now include the student 9+1 rights, and for the student member, it's just a student right. So I hope everybody gets a chance to read that and really become more familiar with the student 9+1 and just the role of students in our system. So thank you to Chancellor Gillespie and Director Blair for including that. I also had the opportunity to attend the Moore Park Club Rush. It was a great turnout, and thank you to President Sokunu and Eric Reese for attending. I also had the opportunity to attend the Oxnard College Student Athlete Panel, and it reminded me of the term subcommunities that we heard at one of our Chancellor Search forums. There were 4 students. They were 4 Black male athletes. All of them were out of state. They were Black basketball players. And when we talk about intersectionality, I think they are really representative of that, and being in, some of the most marginalized communities in our district. And I really think that's the role of our associated students, is to really highlight these voices and bring it up. And it may have been on the last day of Black History Month, but it was definitely a start to a new conversation on student athletes and Black students at Oxnard College. So kudos to Amparo and OCASG for getting that together. I also had the opportunity to help restock the Oxnard College Basic Needs food pantry. It was an interesting experience to be able to help put in the work and help organize that food pantry. I also had the opportunity to attend the Ventura College basketball game against Citrus. It came down to the wire. The score was 74-77, and our team were so close. And I do want to commend the other athletes and just all of our athletes, and also the faculty members who were there supporting our students. It was a really just incredible environment. And ASVC also did a raffle, so kudos to them. I also had the opportunity just yesterday to attend the VCSBA dinner with Trustee Matthews and Trustee Perez. And that it was a really informative discussion on homeless youth. And I think our district is in a particularly unique situation where we not only have to brace for those youth to come into our system, but we also oftentimes serve the parents of those youth. And so it's important that we have those support services, not only for the young students who are kind of aging into our system, but also the parents. And I know I've brought this statistic up before, but 20% of our students are over the age of 40. And so we serve a broad array of students, and many of whom are still struggling from the pandemic. And so, struggling having their basic needs met. And I'll end on a high note and just say that at the event, we were seated next to the Ventura Unified Superintendent and a couple of their trustees, and they mentioned how they enjoyed meeting with President Hoffman's and Trustee Chancellor at their quarterly meeting. So kudos to both of you. And I hope we continue to strengthen our partnerships with our K-12 partners.
Thank you. Okay, moving on, 6.03 board committee reports. I'm going to start with Trustee Torres to talk about our DEI special meeting, and then we'll go from there. Which it's reversed. You are the chair of the DEI committee, not me. So
with the DEI, we had 2 full Saturdays of training, and it was really doing good reflective work. There was reading that was accompanied, and really looking into what does diversity, equity, and inclusion mean in terms of the board. And we had some really good candid conversations about what that means in the work that we do. What does it mean for all 5 of us being here and having our student trustee join us and also give input into the dynamics of Ventura County and what is to mean within our respective colleges, and how do we move forward the work of DEI, specifically for us within board policy budget that falls within our responsibilities. It was a very good personal experience because to get to the core of DEI, you have to sometimes explore difficult places to go. Otherwise, it just becomes language that sounds pretty on paper. But really, when we get into anti-racism, what does that mean and what does that look like? What are implicit biases that we can probably hold, and how are we making decisions, and what are we thinking of the other with perhaps implicit bias that we have an assumption. So it wasn't enough. So there is going to be a third meeting that's going to be scheduled because we had to run a little bit short on our last meeting. And so we're going to continue the work because, as everybody in the room knows, DEI goes beyond just more than 8 hours. And so we are beginning the work, and we're going to continue it as a board and continue to develop. And so we've been very blessed to have Ted Bagley along with Chip Marvin be the consultants who are leading this work and allowing us to be able to really go in depth into what that means. What does social justice and justice look within our particular community colleges and our 3 colleges, recognizing the differences, and how do we come together as a unified Ventura County Community College District while still maintaining the diversity that we have as a district and as well district center and within our 3 colleges. I think that covers it. I don't know if there's anything else that needed to be added. No. 2 books that we have to read. So pretty good work. Do you want me to jump right into?
Sure. If you want to go to, yep, their policy planning and accreditation student success.
So within our committee, the PPASS committee meeting, we had a few of the policies that we reviewed. We pretty much looked at the policies and we were in agreement of just moving them forward to the board. They've been vetted through the participatory governance process. We had the Senate's present, as well as members from the DEI task force to be able to help answer any questions that we do have. The mission statement for us as a district is going to be actually worked on at the DEI task force. And I believe they have already started the process to really give us a feedback and perspective. So it's aligned to what our colleges are really putting together that work. And we want, as a board, to have something that mirrors what our colleges are committed to. So we are unified in that mission of really justice and social justice, and what does that look like? And so we're very blessed to have the DI task force really taking a look and offering us that perspective at our committee meeting. We did notice that a lot of the policies that were looked upon within this committee were moved over to the Administrative Services Committee, which made the work a little bit redundant because you now have 2 board members who have not looked at these policies, looking at them for the first time. And so we had very great conversations at our policy meeting before with a couple of these policies that 2 board members were not part of. So I was surprised to be able to see those policies not come forward to our committee, but instead they were moved to the Administrative Services Committee. So we did discuss coming to the board and really looking into the narrative of the 2 policies. So the names, the reason that was done, so as we spoke before in our previous meeting, was because we wanted to align the title alongside with the narrative. So to not create systemic barriers within our board, it was decided that we're going to look at the narrative and then look at the narrative. So there is equality within the level of policies coming into both committees. And the reason say so is because if you look at the committee meeting of the Administrative Services, they had a tremendous amount of policies to review, and our policies were very minimal. And a lot of our board policies have to do with curriculum. Some of them already that really, as a board, we look over them, but it's really vetted through the Senate, and there's not really much input for us to really be able to dive down and look. So we did talk about looking a little bit more into the charge of our committees and determining on the narrative if we need to make some changes in order to make it the amount of work equitable within the both committees. One of the things you notice is on legislative priorities. So this committee, we talked about getting people involved. So right now we know that there's a lot of assembly bills as well as Senate bills that are moving through the House. And we talked about, as a district, at legislative, how do we move in terms of advocating? Do we want to, is there bills that we probably want to find a member to be able to author for us, an assembly member? Do we want to go speak on behalf of a bill that's going through the House? Do we want to speak against it? So we talked about maybe there might be people interested within our district who have who like the legislative piece, and we can start moving more in that direction also within this committee, because I think that was one of the goals, but we just haven't been able to do that. So that is something that was discussed. And I think I just wanted to add something to the minutes that's noted here, just for more clarity. So on item 7.02, we did talk about the student trustee and the ability for him to be able to comment during this meeting. And so Brian was present, but he didn't comment because we weren't sure, since he's able to make first and second motions, we didn't want to be in violation of the Brown Act. So the reason that didn't happen is we did Chancellor Gillespie hadn't consulted with council yet to let us know if it was okay for Brian to be able to speak. So, and if you look at the notes, so where it says the second sentence, Chair Torres advised that since he can make and second motions, he should refrain from comment until the board meeting. I just wanted to add to that because I did state that it was due since the chancellor had not had the opportunity to consult with legal counsel at that moment. Because that is the reason, because I don't want it to look upon like I just didn't want Brian to not share. It was due because at that moment, the chancellor had not had the opportunity to consult with counsel. It is something we did ask at our last board meeting to please follow up with counsel to see if Brian can speak at the committees, but he just hadn't had the opportunity. So if that can please be reflected in the notes.
Okay, thank you. Administrative Services Committee. Vice Chair Mantu.
Perez, with your permission. We met on the 24th of February, and it was a very, as usual, productive meeting with a few more items on the agenda than we were used to, as Trustee Torres alluded to. Typically, we're concerned with administrative and fiscal matters, and in an effort to, I think, balance the load, we also were reviewing a number of human resources related policies, and copies of the minutes are in the packet, and the major items on budget and those policies will be coming to the full board in this agenda, and they were all vetted and positively approved by the committee.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to
Chair?
7.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
In regards to the Admin Services Committee, typically that committee kind of does a quick or does a first read of the tentative budget. Is it possible to have a committee of the whole or to change that meeting to a special meeting where all trustees can be present? I'm just trying to streamline the actual board meeting, and I think that would be a better place to kind of ask some questions about the budget.
Okay, I think that makes sense. I will work with the chancellor and Dr. El Patel about when good timing for that might be, whether combining it with that committee meeting or just having a special meeting for the budget.
Thank you.
Nope, you've asked many times. Okay. Now, we're to consent agenda. Does anyone have any comments about any items on the consent agenda? Or if not, does anyone have any items to pull? Okay, if not, I need a motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there moved by Trustee Torres, seconded by Trustee Perez? All those in favor?
Aye.
Student trustee, aye. Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes. Okay, now we're moving on to 13. And I know you said that the DEI or EO committee was looking at this. I just couldn't help myself. I took a stab at our district mission statements, and it's kind of the boards. So it's not really the board statement, it's the districts, but just for people to kind of look at to see if this is the direction we want to go. And it's not necessarily for, it's just for a thought. We've talked about the district mission statement needing some change. So this was my stab at it. And then I guess the Ventura one is also going to be coming back to us soon. But in the meantime, we have the other college mission statements and hours in front of us for approval this evening. Yes.
I'm just
Vice Chair.
wondering if it would be a good idea to consider the statement that you have provided us this evening with initial thoughts.
Sure, I think that'd be great.
Defer action on the actual final approval of the mission statements until we have Ventura colleges incorporated.
Do either of the other colleges need theirs for any specific reason if we defer those? Okay, all right. Understood. So we will table item 1501. I mean, excuse me, 1301 for a later
And Chair,
date.
I just had a question on that.
Trustee Chancellor.
Is the intent of 13.01 on the board policy 1200 to approve the actual mission statements? But is it also to approve the background and the process of the creation of those mission statements?
Chancellor.
Or is it both?
So the accreditation standard does require to have the mission statement for the district as well as all of our locations listed. And we do that through BP 1200. So what the board is doing is by approving the BP, the board's reviewing and approving the mission statements that have been developed at the colleges, at the DAC, and the district mission statement is the purview of the board. And as far as guidelines for the mission statement, there's around 4 accreditation standards that are specific to the mission statement and the collegial development of a mission statement and periodic review, as well as a number of standards that require planning, resource allocation to tie to the mission of the colleges and district as well. So I think all of the colleges, they have the ability to develop the mission and work with our constituent groups in the way they best see fit. But I think the colleges and maybe the academic senate can comment on the role that employees have in helping develop the statement as well as students too.
Well, I don't want to not hear the role, but that came about in the, thank you. Okay. We actually heard a little bit about it in the policy meeting. So by no means do we need to repeat that. But I do feel strongly that that language should be in the board policy itself on the process to create the mission statement. And I say that because if somebody reads a mission statement, either a student, faculty member, a community member, and they just want to understand how this was created, I would think the place they would look would be the board policy. And it doesn't say that. And I'm curious, is there harm in placing even a link or a little bit more than just saying it's in the accreditation standards, just to have some of the list of who's involved, the different constituent groups, and the process that was included to create these wonderful, beautiful mission statements. So that's my only question. By no means does it have to be answered now because it seems like this item is being pulled, but it just seemed like an appropriate place to me, but I may be wrong there.
Helpful to have direction from the full board on it before, again, we make the staff spend time on incorporating those items in. And if there's interest among the board on incorporating the practices that are used, we do that. CL template where it just has the colleges list their mission statements.
Right, but okay, are there any trustees want care to comment? Trustee Torres.
Like there's a process already in place. So if it's not too much just listing, I think I heard Trustee Chancellor mention that even if a link can be included that states the process that we have in place. So it's not recreating the process, it's simply saying this is the process that we have, this is what was done, and just capturing the language in a document. I don't see no harm in that. I think that's all I'm hearing from Trustee Chancellor is just to include the process, and that's pretty much it, what we already have in place.
Right. I think what'll be important though is recognizing that each college is going to have their own process, but the accreditation standard allows that. So it'd be the accreditation standards and the process used at each college, which are described in their ICERs, all the things you're wanting to know. We can also look from our previous ICERs as well as the one that's done now. But again, I'm willing to do whatever the board's direction is around this.
Does anybody else? I just think like a simple sentence that says each college creates their own mission statement through their own process per accreditation standards. That's a sentence. It says what the colleges do. And then just what you said, then there's the district mission statement. And then there was the district administrative center mission statement, which I was a little curious about. And so just kind of then the district mission statement, is the board's mission statement, just little simple sentences and then I think that's pretty well explained. Would that do it?
One question in particular, are students involved in all three colleges? Or does one college utilize students and the other two don't? I don't know, but I would imagine if a student did want to get behind their mission statement, that this would be the place where they find out if they are entitled to do that.
I actually doubt they'd go to our policies. What I was suggesting is just as simple that each college creates their mission statement and they would go to their student services to say how they want to be involved in it or their student government. But Trustee Rodriguez.
I like what you're suggesting, Chair McKay, of just just a brief synopsis here, but I think the more appropriate place for what my colleague is asking for would be on the website where each the college website where the mission statement and the strategic goals are. And I feel like that might be a little bit more an appropriate place to have a full description of the committee members who were involved and, who was involved in crafting that statement. So I would just say the website for each particular location might be a better place for that.
All right. Well, I'm not going to overstate my authority and tell the college what to put on their websites, but I do think a sentence here saying that the mission statements are created at the colleges per accreditation standards is a nice thing to have, because then people don't mistakenly think that we have created the mission statements for the colleges.
Chair?
Yes.
If I may, I just want to make clear that I was not trying to.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry.
I
was
wasn't
not
trying
suggesting you were either.
Yeah, no, I do not, I'm not trying to get into, the operations of the colleges, but I'm just saying, I do think that might be a particular place if the college presidents, they're here, they're listening, I guess.
You have the benefit of being a student and giving your advisory. You have an advisory capacity up here. We don't. Okay. So anything further on that before we move on? All right. Okay, so then we had 1302, and it's to reaffirm board policy regarding the student member. And I'm fairly certain our student member had some things to say about this. So.
But before I go, another student does, and Karina had a public comment.
Oh, that is correct, Karina. Would you, since this is a public comment, you'll need to go to the podium and you'll have the 3-minute.
Thank you for the reminder. As you see, I needed it. I think it's on. Okay. So hello. So as you know, my name's Karina. I usually give the reports as a Moore Park student representative. But right now I'm speaking as just like a concerned student. So for 1301, I was just curious. I was reading the handbook for the elections process that was approved last month. I regret not looking at it beforehand, but so I noticed that students who are currently taking over 80 units within our district are not eligible for the student trustee position. So this is concerning because that 80 unit maximum is actually not an ed code. So it's just something that our district just came up with. Okay, so I just urge you to remove this 80 unit maximum to empower students to run for the student trustee position, especially considering that we went 5 months this past school year without a student voice on the board. And so as reference to what these 80 units entail, engineering students must complete 41 to 46 units for the major alone, which does not include their general education, nor does it include prerequisites or any other classes they might need to take for them to be eligible to transfer to their targeted university. I don't know why I'm nervous. So yeah, 41 to 46 units for engineering students. And again, that's just for their associates. And this is referring to Moore Park's curriculum. Okay, so in addition to students who are pursuing these high unit degrees, there are also students like me who are currently trying to figure out a career path and have surpassed these 80 units. Also, I just want to mention that Los Rios Community College District is one of the largest community college districts in California and currently does not have a maximum of units for their student trustee. So in summary for BP 2015, I just urge you to remove the 80 unit maximum to ensure that more students are eligible to run for the student trustee position. Thank you.
Student trustee.
Okay, so like Chair McKay, I also did have some time to do some prep. And so I hope all of you were able to get a copy of the little thing. I tried to summarize it the best that I could. I'll just start off with the motion in the second. I know there's been some kind of concern or discussion surrounding the ability for a student trustee to do that. And I would hope that that would stay the same. I think at its most basic function, what a motion in a second does is it literally just moves the business of the district forward and it gets it on the record. That to me is kind of all it does. It takes a majority of the board to pass anything. So if a student trustee who brings a perspective of a student feels so passionately about something where they want it to be on the record and they would like to move that, I at least think it merits a vote. If there's another person, because again, it takes two people to even get something on the record. So I do just want to preface that I hope the advisory vote stays the same. I hope, this board will continue to compensate the student trustee and keep that $5,000 and also the mileage. And the mileage is actually a right and not a privilege. So I probably should have not put that there, but the middle column, that's something that I think could kind of be changed. As our public commenter mentioned, we do have an 80 unit limit. I would assume that the intention behind that is to ensure that there is no student trustee who continuously runs year after year. But I think if that's our intention, then we should just spell that out. Something like during their lifetime, no student shall serve more than 2 terms as student trustee. I think that is just a lot more clear and removes that weird barrier of having, 80 units. I don't know where that came from. And I feel like we could kind of play around with that and just be a little bit more clear. And the only other thing that I would say about the motion in a second is I do not think that I will find board consensus, but I just want to bring it up for discussion anyways. The only reason why I think that it is important that a student trustee has the ability to motion in a second when it comes to board leadership is because per our administrative policy, the student trustee has an orientation and is onboarded by the board chair, the chancellor, and Director Blair, the student trustee designee. I just want to say that I enjoyed my orientation with Trustee Chancellor. I probably would not be the student trustee I am if he didn't provide that orientation. He really lit, the fire beneath me and really encouraged me to, take this role seriously. And I mean, after having spoken with 3 of you shortly after I was elected, I know all of you will continue that, and no matter who is board chair or leadership. But I think if a student trustee, wants to move forward someone to kind of onboard the next student trustee, I just think it merits at least putting it on the record. And that is something that I think we could possibly consider. And if the board doesn't support that, I at least think making the current policy more clear. We just say that the student trustee is not allowed to motion or second with the exceptions of items agendized during the annual organizational meeting. I interpreted that as the entire meeting. So having had 2 meetings where I was able to, get in the groove and, participate in motioning and second, helping move the business of the district, to kind of have that taken away, I definitely felt a little excluded. And in just, in terms of inclusivity and being inclusive on the board, I do think it's important to at least kind of reword it to at least say not able to motion during the board leadership or something like that, where I could at least motion during other items. And the only reason I say that is at that meeting, we approved the graduates list. And I feel like there are very few other items where the student trustee, I would say, that are more appropriate for a student trustee to actually motion and second. So I would like to see more clarity there. And my last kind of suggestion or recommendation would be closed session by invitation. The CCLC has, they send out a survey for community college districts. The last one was done in 2017, but there is one community college district that did closed session by invitation with legal limits. Those limits are, of course, nothing relating to personnel or collective bargaining. I, of course, support that because it's law, but I think that, in certain instances at CCLC, I learned that closed session may also include student matters, threats to public safety. I mean, those, of course, aren't, every monthly or and are very rare, but I think at least having that option, it's a tool for the board. I did go back to the last 12 months of our agendas to see whether or not there would be any exception or where there may be an invitation for the student trustee. There were 5 instances where anticipated litigation were listed. I don't know if that was related to personnel or not. I would imagine that at least one of them were. So again, that invitation is not going to be sent out. It's just a tool just to have it there. And I think each student trustee is different, and that allows them to kind of take it, and approach it the way that they would like. I'm sure all of you remember the last student trustee was not in favor of the student trustee being in closed session. And so if she were asked, I'm sure we would both have a different answer. And so I think it allows that flexibility for each student trustee. And that's why I'm recommending it. And the last thing I'll say is just, these are privileges. If the student trustee were to abuse their role, the board has a duty to conduct an investigation and take action. Our board policy 2715 of ethics, code of ethics and standard of practice allow for the board to sanction any board member if they violate our code of ethics or standards of conduct. If a student trustee were to misbehave or abuse their role, I think stripping of the privileges would be more than appropriate. And I think it serves as almost an incentive to take this role seriously. And I would support, adding language to either this policy or 2715 to say, if a student member, abuses the motion or the second, that may be stripped or something of that sort. So those are all my comments.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any comments? Trustee Chancellor.
Are we tonight discussing and voting on the particulars of this? Is that?
We can. We typically do it a little bit later, but the elections are coming up now, so it is on our agenda for action. No,
No, it's not.
no, it's not. action slash discussion. So it's a reaffirmation. We can reaffirm the way it is now or incorporate any changes.
Okay. I've thought a lot about this, and to me, the role of the student trustee is truly advisory on student issues, our business that obviously majority of it, if not all of it, one shape or form connects to students. With that said, let's see here. I'm trying to find the bullets. I don't think the ability to do first and seconds is needed, and I also don't think to attend closed session is needed. So that's my position. And the only question I have is there's a bullet that says has to be 18 years old. We do have a number of students that are younger than that. So I was just going to throw out there the potential or idea of 16 years age. Some of our K-12 partners do have student trustees currently now that are in high school and that are 16, 17, 18 years old. So those are my only thoughts.
You can make a motion with those thoughts. You can, I would like to, before you do, is there an issue with someone under 18 being in our?
Sure.
Because we're not set up for minors, we're set up for adults. And so,
Sure.
Yes.
That the age actually comes state law.
Thank
with
you.
my understanding that it is state law. Ed code.
Okay, so with that said, Trustee Chancellor, would you like to make a motion the way you stated it, or do we have more discussion? Go ahead.
Just trying to find the bullets here. Like to make a motion for
What page are you?
131.
131. So on BP 215 for student trustees. To reaffirm all of the privileges that are currently in the language, but striking out to make and second motions. That's my motion.
Sure. Discussion.
Is there a
Probably get
second?
Second, right.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to reaffirm all except the motion and second, and the rest of the policy would stay as is. Discussion?
I think I want to remind this board that you were without a student trustee for 4 months during a time when students needed a voice on this dais. We are currently doing student elections, and I fear that the message that it would send to go back on the privileges. We just had a DEI training on being inclusive and really just being intentional. I would caution the board not to go back on some of the privileges. And I would just say they're tools. At the end of the day, if a student trustee doesn't know how to make a motion, doesn't know how to make a second, they simply won't. If a student trustee doesn't feel comfortable speaking up, they won't. So I don't understand why having a motion in the second is an issue. That's all I want to say and just kind of inform you of.
Trustee Perez.
Yes, when we initially granted the privilege to the student trustee to be able to make these motions, I was a little, it was new, right? Transformational. So I was a little curious as to how it would work out, and actually listening to our student trustee this evening, what better argument to keep that in place? I thought to myself, and the way he phrased it, the way he identified the purpose as he sees it of the ability to make a motion in a second made sense to me. So I'll favor keeping it. And just a clarification, I do agree with him, the wording, the bullet point that says the ability to make a motion with the exception of items agendized during, that needs to be rewritten.
Right.
With the exception of the annual organizational item agenda.
Right.
And then just a comment or a question at the same time.
Okay.
Regarding the 80 units, I know there's been a move to limit them to, not limit, but to encourage students to take less units getting through the system. Is that where this 80 units came from?
If I remember correctly, it was, there were adults that ran like we did and did not prevail in an election of the public. And so therefore signed up for 9 units at the community college, ran for student trustee. They have a little more means and we're getting student trustee positions. And then basically it was not meeting the intent of the student trustee. So that was why there was a suggestion of putting 8. Now 80 to me seems a little low. I would say that 80 seems a little low, but I am in favor of some sort of cap so that you don't have someone who has their bachelor's degree coming back to community college and after not prevailing in an election and getting their voice heard this way, because I think that's circumventing a student that should be sitting up here. So that's what I remember about it. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Okay, sorry, Trustee Torres.
So I'm looking at the privileges, and I know this is in CCLC says you can provide this to the student, but I'm thinking a privilege to make a motion in a second. If it really doesn't mean much, why have it there? And CCLC has it, and sometimes it's just to make it seem like you're involved, like you're going to have some privilege, when in reality you don't, because the advisory vote, not that it's towards you, what I'm saying is more that the advisory vote is so meaningful because you get to be part of the dialogue, the student gets to be part of the dialogue. And when I hear that the student trustee can make a motion and they can be second, but in reality it goes back to the board, it's the board to make that final decision. And so sometimes I feel like there's certain things that are put in place just to make it appear as there's an inclusive process when in reality it's really not. When we really think about it. So I think when we're looking into our policies and saying, well, the privilege to make a motion in a second, you can make it, but it's really not going to, it's still up to 5 votes, really. They're the ones that make the decision. And so when I look at this policy, it's trying to be as transparent as possible. And I hear when Trustee Chancellor is saying, remove it, because in reality, it's the advisory, the student trustee and their advocacy and their participation in the discussion and giving those perspectives is really what makes a difference in terms of influencing perhaps a trustee into looking at a certain direction. And I think as we look at policies, I look at it as not necessarily as removing it because the student trustee shouldn't have it, but it's more so as truly being able to say, like, for example, the privilege to receive compensation for a meeting, that's truly an action. Like you're truly getting something. Like this is what it means. You're getting compensated for coming to our meeting. You get $5,000 to be able to travel out of state, get everything paid. That's something, you're actually getting something out of it. So that privilege means something to me. When it's you make a motion or you second it, it's written, but really what does that mean? And I think as we move forward into having something be meaningful, it's just something that looks good on paper, but in reality, it really doesn't, it won't do much because there's the 5 of us that make really the ultimate decision. So I'm trying here at this moment in time being as honest about the process, because I can really say, let's keep it. It looks good, but really it's through that advocacy and speaking up and that advisory vote and contributing to the discussion that the student trustee comes in and makes that impact. So, so I guess everybody share that. I just wanted to share that perspective in terms of where I'm feeling in terms of keeping that particular item on the policy.
Trustee Perez.
Yeah, one last comment, and I wish I could vividly recall the exact agenda item that our student trustee made the motion to help move the agenda item forward so that we could conduct and conclude our business. So there's the value I see in the ability of the student trustee to make a motion.
Sure, if I may.
Trustee Rodriguez.
One of the rights of a student trustee is the right of participation. And and yes, of course, me speaking up, the student trustee speaking up, asking questions, being involved is important. But I think being able to say from a student's perspective and highlight it and literally move it forward, because that's what a motion is, I do think that has value. I think that is an action demonstrating on behalf of the perspective of students, this is what is important. And it's not just students now, right? I make decisions, the vote that I cast, yes, it may be symbolic. I mean, it's all kind of symbolic, but I think it does speak volumes. And this board has been incredibly, I would say leaders in this topic. And I would hope that you continue to be leaders and not only just keep the student trustee to just asking questions, oh, just speak. No, help us move the business of the district forward. Help us be a fully participating, actually take the meaning behind in the intention of the legislature to its fullest extent. And again, I will say if a trustee does abuse it, if a trustee doesn't know how, they simply won't do it. And if they do, and they brush up on their Machiavellian and they start kind of causing a little bit of chaos, this board would be well within their right to take that away because it is a privilege. And again, I would consider if there are certain personnel items, for example, if you would feel uncomfortable, I wouldn't mind kind of seeing, okay, no motion and second on personnel issues or something like that on certain kind of topics. But I think being able to move that graduation list or call the question and all these little tricks that I mean, any student trustee could do, they have the ability, but it's each student trustee will make that determination.
Any other discussion? Okay, this was quite frankly my concern when we moved on. I was not in favor of the motion second a year ago because it's very hard I said we would pilot it for a year, see how it went. Very difficult to take something back. I think that the student trustee has done a good job with it, but we don't know that with every trustee that's going to come along. But we do have some housekeeping. The cleanup of the language, we have a motion and a second on this policy. But how are you with that cleanup of the language? You're good with that? Amending your motion to include the cleanup of the language, and you're good with your second? Okay, so with that,
motion is to move forward with taking the ability away.
oh yeah, so it wouldn't matter. So it would be the ability to make a motion in a second. So yeah, the way the motion reads is that would be moot.
So if this motion gets approved, the first and second privilege get taken away. If it gets voted down, then we could take up the next. Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Those opposed? No? Student trustee? Okay. So that motion fails. Do we have another motion?
I'll move to reaffirm the board policy with that.
And I'll second that.
Okay, is there any discussion?
Does this include the closed session, and are my colleagues interested in, any of my colleagues interested in a friendly amendment to include closed session by invitation?
Trustee Perez, I'll just speak to my second. It does not include attendance at closed session. And I will speak to that. In almost every instance, when we're talking about potential litigation, it's HR related. There would be almost no situation other than possible land acquisition where it would not fall under one of those categories. So I think it would very seldom, if ever, come into play.
Yeah, my motion did not include that. Student trustee.
Okay, so
Discussion, could I?
yes.
The only thing that I would say is it may never be used, but the other thing that was never used was the major line item initiative that was on our books. But again, it's a tool. It allows this board to just have it there just in case. It doesn't mean it's going to be used. It doesn't mean a student trustee will actually take that.
I understood. This board has made a lot of leaps forward in their student trustee rights and responsibilities in the time that I've been on the board. So I think we're good with the motion and second. All those in favor? Aye. I'm sorry. Aye.
Aye.
Trustee Torres? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Student trustee?
No.
No. Okay. All right, I don't know about anybody else, but I need a quick break. How about 10 minutes? Sorry, I know it's right. We're in the middle of policy and that's a weird thing to do, but I just need.
I didn't need it.
They're on Fifth Street, but you know where the bus is?
Yes.
So it's no part of the school, but it's on Fifth Street. It's on by almost to Mecca. You don't remember the name of it right now?
No. Oh, it's called, I don't. It's easy to find. It's in the shopping center. Oh.
I know.
I'm good. That one went fast anymore.
Okay, everyone, let's start making our way back. Oh, where'd you, oh, that looks. Oh, I'll get them next time. I got my cookies. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna refill my water. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We are now on item 1303, action to approve board policy 2220, committees of the board. And these boards are established basically. This cleans up the language. It takes the language, add policy out of either one, since both are looking at policy now. I did ask for some information, and maybe Dr. Gillespie could share this with the board, and then we can move forward with this item.
Yes, to kind of give an idea regarding the level of workload or responsibility for policies. On the administrative services side, it does list the general institution, which is Chapter 3, Chapter 6, Business and Fiscal Affairs, Chapter 7. With just the business and fiscal affairs and human resources, that's 54 policies there. The general institution one is 35, and I'll have some comments about that shortly. For the Planning, Accreditation, and Student Success Committee, there's 34 academic affairs policies. There's 34 student services policies. So that's 68.
And 49 for the board.
And there's 49 for the Board of Trustees. And when looking at the Board of Trustees, as well as the general institution one, there's some there that are applicable to one committee more than another. So I'd almost suggest, the board consider for those two, you could kind of divide those up between the two committees there according to how they align with the responsibilities listed here and to help balance the load.
Okay. All right, with that, open it up. I'm sorry, what?
One of the things that we also discussed in the, now it looks like Planning, Accreditation, and Student Success Committee was there's going to be some policies that really, for example, reserves. It deserves a place also with the Accreditation Committee. I'm not the Accreditation, the Administrative Services Committee, as well as with our committee. So we talked about for something like the reserves, that it would be most appropriate to probably have a study session so everybody on the board is able to really give input. So a policy like reserves, or looking into a policy like reserves, would be better suited for all of us to come together in a study session. So we did discuss that there's some policies that it's important to have the entire board present, to just have it be more inclusive and have the opportunity to dialogue as we move them forward. And so those are a couple of things that, in speaking to Chancellor Gillespie, maybe the staff will be able to help identify which one those would be as they're coming forward. So we're able to maybe have a study session, particularly on a subject, which was a really good idea to avoid policies going from one committee possibly to then another one.
Right. No, we do want to avoid it going from one committee to another committee, because then 4 trustees will have seen it and just one not, so we do want to avoid that. So I absolutely agree that there are some that just will come straight to the board without a recommendation from a committee, but this will balance balances getting through the policies in a hopefully a more efficient way. Trustee Chancellor.
I guess my question is, who is the deciding person or people that determine which committee gets which policy?
Yeah, so the intent there, I think it's very clear with chapters 4 and 5, those go to the policy planning students, or just be the planning accreditation student success committee is listed there. Under administrative services, I think it'd be important to include chapter 6 and 7 there. So we probably would want to remove chapter 3, because I would say it'd be good for each of the committees to just look at, or staff can look at chapters 2 and 3 and give a proposal to each committee as to here's how they can be divided up between the two, or the committees can do it themselves. And there's going to be some, as Trustee Torres mentioned, a lot of them in chapter 2 and 3 can just come right to the board. And if there again, that's something that would probably just, as it goes through the committees, make that determination. If it's more overall board related, it could come right to the board rather than through the committee.
Okay, but as of right now, I guess I'm curious, who's making the decision right now? Because there was a radical shift that was made for the last admin services and policy meeting, that they look very different now.
It followed what was in here.
Okay.
So as the committee meeting agendas are being set, staff creating the agendas are following it according to what the policy stated.
So like, I'll give an example, compressed calendar. Which committee would that one go to?
Well, there isn't a policy around the calendar, compressed calendar. That's in a negotiated item, but it will come to the board as a recommendation around changing to a different schedule, but there's no.
Well, the reason why I asked that one is later in our board reports from Dr. Herrera, that one is there in a sense that it goes to both. So that's where I was confused, because in the discussion, it shows back to back, it goes to both of these committees, but
it would go to planning because your calendar is part of planning. It would go to admin services because there's a cost to it. So there's implications for both committees, but the perspectives would be different. Or if the board would decide, or the committees decide, well, let's just bring it to the full board. That's fine.
And that's what I want to explore, or not explore now, but when it's mentioned that the board will decide or the committees will decide, I don't know what that looks like. Like, is that the board chair saying, okay, here's the trickle down of all these things, I'm just going to disseminate them, move on? Or in the case of the compressed calendar, it'll go to both? Or as a board, are we saying, we don't want them to go to 4 members and leave 1 trustee out? So it seems very vague now where these policies land within the 2 committees. And that makes me uncomfortable. I don't think it needs to, I would just like to see a flow chart or something that we can base it on, and then depend on staff to say, okay, cool, they're just going to be separated. But if we just say, well, the board will do it or the committees will do it, I don't know how we're going to do that.
Trustee Perez.
In the example you just cited, the one that could go to both committees, I think, and this is again, it's new, but I think each committee could recognize the implications and come to the conclusion that this is better sent directly to the full board as opposed to going to another committee or handling it themselves. You know, that's probably not a definitive answer, but at least it's something that will follow as we have made this change in dividing up the policies. I'm finding it hard to come up with a way to say, well, this is what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. I think it's kind of, we learn as we go.
Sure.
Trustee Rodriguez.
I just had a clarifying copy. I'm so sorry. My version didn't have the edits of the chapters, so
You did not get this?
no, I didn't. But
Okay.
I just have a question. What are those chapters? What book are we talking about, or where's that coming from?
The policies, the chapter one
Oh, okay.
of the actual policies. So chapters 1 and 2 are the institution and the board. Chapter 3 is, now I'm losing my mind. General institution, and then, oh, here it is. Okay, chapter 1 is the district, chapter 2 is the board of trustees, chapter 3 is general institution, chapter 4 is academic affairs, chapter 5 is student services, chapter 6 is budget and fiscal, and chapter 7 is human resources. And so, again, kind of the way it divided up was between just academic affairs and student services, that was 68 that would go to the Planning, Accreditation, and Student Services Committee, and 54 that would go to admin services with budget, fiscal affairs, and human resources. Then we would still have the 49 that for the Board of Trustees and the 35 for the general institution. That I know they feel nebulous, but I think when you look at them, it's kind of like the rights of the student trustee. That would be definitely something that would come to the full board, and I don't think would visit a committee. Just saying. I can tell you this, it's not going to be this chair that decides. So.
Thank you for the clarification.
Any other discussion on this?
I would just add, and by no means is it to hold this up, but when you look at something like the allocation model, that if there's an item that connects to student success more, I'd be thinking it's hard pressed to find it, but yet it didn't get flushed out through student success committee. So, and I get it. I think it's appropriate that it's admin services, but I also think in this particular case, we now have 3 trustees that didn't sort of get a fluid low place to ask some questions and to dig in a little bit. So now we're kind of stuck at a formal board meeting to do that. So I bring up these questions for meeting efficiency at this venue to do it at the Paul. I really see the purpose of these, at these committee meetings to work on efficiency here for everyone and the public, of course. But there's still
Understood.
questions to be asked,
No, understood. So with that, we have an item in front of us under consideration. So for action, do we want to?
Just another clarifying question.
Yes.
So if for policies, like you mentioned, like the student member policy, some would just go straight to the full board instead of going, okay, the chancellor shaking.
Right. So yeah, the chapter 3 general institution. So as it is, this one was written, the generally chapter 3 general institution has been stricken from admin services. So it's just chapter 6 business and fiscal affairs, chapter 7 human resources and other policies related to the committee charge. So we're clear. Yes.
So the Administrative Services Committee, so in addition to now having the policies, they also get to look firsthand at the audits. They also get to look at the quarterly reports. There's a lot of just operational business that they get to see in this committee and to review and to ask questions. Master facilities, master's plans gets introduced to this committee. And so we talked about looking at the narrative that we have for each committee, because the way it's currently written, the policies would be going to we would have to differentiate amongst policies with the Administrative Services Committee. but there's a lot of lifting already they're doing in looking at a lot of this information that we don't do at the plan accreditation and student success. For example, accreditation is only going to be temporary, and
We hope.
well, I mean, it is. I mean, it's just meaning it's just for this year that we're working. But even so, I have to say that in our committee meeting, the information that was presented wasn't any different than we saw in our board report. So when we're looking in terms of the charge of our committees, there isn't much that has been coming, and a lot of the accreditation gets vetted and it gets done and it's reported to us at the Board of Trustees. And so that's just one of those areas that I feel that the accreditation, the Administrative Services Committee is getting policies, but they're also they get to speak with the auditors. So whenever something's going to come to the board at the Administrative Services Committee, 2 board members speak to the auditors beforehand. So you get a pretty good glimpse of the business of the board in this committee. And there is inequity, the way I'm seeing it in terms within the 2 committees, not intentional. It's just more of, I think there needs to be some revisiting in terms of the narrative, because the Administrative Services Committee do a lot. And so I think that's why originally, I wasn't here, but I believe the spirit of including policy in the planning and student success was to look at all of the policies. And so you had board members being able to really review them, because all board members have an interest in hiring as we're looking into diversity. That's one of the things that's huge for all 5. So I think through policy, you had 2 board members that were looking at policy, while other 2 board members were in the administrative services looking into how was AAP being carried out. And so it was very equitable, and it was very cohesive. And so everybody was a part at some level as a board in the process. This way, you're completely kind of eliminating trustees from a process that is also very dear to their hearts and that we've committed as a board. So I think it takes revisiting and looking at the language, because the way it's written, it has to be the way it's currently structured. It makes sense the way it's presented, but if we change it, I don't know. There are just some thoughts that I feel need to go a little bit more into it that I would recommend.
Vice Chair Mantooth.
Agree that this is a difficult nut to crack. It's and yet the fail-safe is always every policy comes to this board. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the idea was to revitalize these committees so that we save time at our board meetings, so they weren't running inordinately long. And we may just not be able to avoid that when it comes to certain policies. And I think that recognizing this is a work in progress is a good first step. And that, as we work through this, we continue to learn more about it. Quite frankly, and this is my attempt at levity, we'd be happy to give the Planning, Accreditation, and Student Success group the audit.
Yeah, I bet you would.
I would be happy.
Don't speak for me on that one.
I would be happy if the committee work helped shorten our board meetings.
Yeah.
That's my attempt at humor.
Well, that is the idea. And I do think it's like the DEI training we took, where we have to recognize our similarities. We have a whole laundry list of policies tonight. I think we're doing appropriate deliberation over the ones that matter to us. But these others that are procedural or conforming to some point in a change in law or just being reaffirmed, I think this is where the committees do come in handy, because someone on the board has seen them as well as other members of this organization. So I think it's worth trying to refine this. I think this particular iteration of the policy is an improvement on what we had before.
Yes. Oh, Chair?
Yes, Trustee Torres.
I just wanted to highlight that I found it interesting that this change happened when you have Trustee Chancellor and myself on a committee. Might not be related, but I did want to note that I felt that this change was noted. Interestingly, when you have 2 trustees that tend to sometimes be the minority sit together on a committee, that this was noted and that this was implemented when it's been in place for a long time. And so that's just my way of just coming forward and being able to say, not intentional, and this is one way that we're going to do some equitable work. I do believe it's work in progress, and we're moving forward, and it's a first step. And that's the reason that I'm saying maybe later we can look at the narrative and looking forward. But I agree the way it's written, we need to continue with the business, and we have our policies in place, and it'll be a continued dialogue. And I think that's the beauty of us coming together as a board, is assuming the best of the other and moving forward to do committees that work best. So that's just my comment. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I'm going to do the thing that everyone hates, but I'm going to do it quickly. We have 2 committees now. There was a time when I was elected, that we had 5, and then we had 4. We had one that was just capital planning because that dealt with the bond. And so they dealt exclusively with capital spending of the Measure S bond. We had a legislative committee because there was we were broke and we were fighting, that was during the times when budgets were being cut. So we had a legislative committee. We had these committees, there was just a policy committee. And then when we were put on academic probation from the accreditation, then there was an ad hoc accreditation committee that I got to be on. And many districts have just an audit committee separate from a budget committee. So we already have a lot of stuff. You're right. Both of these are heavy lifts because they're combined. And, but in my time here, like this is the least, other than when Trustee Chancellor went with the no committee for most of the year, when he was chair, which was his prerogative, but we did get behind on policies that way. And so this is still very limited in committees compared to what I've been used to in the past, where there was, at least 4 most of the time in my time as a trustee. So I am okay with letting someone else have the audit after all these years. And I am really okay with trying this out but promising, as we are working to work together more and build trust between us, if it's not working and we're feeling like, we're not getting people aren't getting enough information when they need it, or feel like that we need to do more study sessions or whatever it takes, let's try and make something work so that we can get through these meetings. That's Chin.
No, thanks for that. And Trustee Torres, I just would like to, assure you that the change wasn't made because of which trustees are on which committee. We're going through accreditation right now, and all of the colleges, all of the writing teams at the district and colleges are making sure that everything aligns. So we were fortunate that Eric Reese happened to notice that how we were dividing policies didn't align to the committees, didn't align with what was in board policies. So we brought it to the board's attention, and the recommendation was we just start following the policy. It had nothing to do with who is on what committee. It had to do with making sure that we follow the board policies. And we said the board could change the policy if they want, but if they keep it as is, we'd be implementing it that way because we're, again, supposed to implement board policy. But I did want to reassure that it didn't have anything to do with committee compositions.
Yes, Vice Chair Mantur.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this policy with the elimination of the reference to Chapter 3, general institutions in the verbiage regarding administrative services.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'd like to second that.
Why, thank you, Trustee Chancellor. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, yes, sure. I just want to say that I think Trustee Matthews kind of echoed it up really well earlier. Committees do require a certain level of trust with one another. And having the opportunity to attend both, it's always really nice to be able to get that background. But I think all of you do an incredible job at really vetting each policy, and kudos to all of you. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you for that. With that, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes. Okay, we have a lot more policies that were, I believe, all brought forward with recommendations from the committee. So can we take some in a group here? I would entertain a motion for 1303 through, I'm sorry, 1304 through 1315.
If we could take out 13.06, that's the curriculum development.
Okay.
But I'll make the motion for the rest of the 13s.
So it's 1304, 1305, 1307 through 1315.
Second.
Oh, I was gonna ask to take out 13.09. I just had one clarifying question. Maybe I can ask it ahead of time. I don't
Yeah,
know.
why don't you ask it now and then
Okay.
let's get them all, let's see if we can ask questions and get them all done.
Is there a way, this is 13.09 on page 167 and 169, to appeal that if a student is placed on probation? Just thinking, COVID has really highlighted sometimes and I know there's other ways with withdrawals and completes and non-credits, but is there any mechanism that other community colleges have with appeals? There are? I don't know.
I don't know. Oh, yeah. I mean,
Madam Chair,
oh, there we go.
Trustee Chancellor, it's in the administrative procedure. So
Yeah,
it's in the AP is the appeal process.
Page 295.
Question on 1305, I believe, or 06.
For 06, I noticed that our board policy could be a little bit better aligned with the administrative policy. The student right number 4 is the right to be involved in curriculum development. I would like there to be a bullet point. This is on page 157. It's the second paragraph, the furthermore. Just another bullet point that says appropriate involvement of the students and associated students in all processes. The administrative policy already reflects that. Each college has a curriculum, committee. In the administrative policy, it actually says that students are represented in that committee. And so I think just having that line, not only do we recognize the students' right and their role, but we better align the administrative policy and the board policy.
So what are you saying it should say?
Appropriate involvement of the students and the associated students in all processes.
Could we say appropriate involvement of the faculty and academic senates and students in all processes and keep it in the first bullet?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a concern, and that is these have been so highly fleshed out, and there seems to be a lot of constituent groups very engaged in this. Can we pull this particular board policy and have that language just be revisited in a non-board meeting setting? I don't know. It just seems.
I mean, I think if it's in the administrative
Yeah, it's in-
procedure,
yeah.
that's what is followed for curriculum. So I don't think this is the board policy. I understand your need, you want that to be aligned, but and it should be aligned. I don't know. Can you help me out here, Academic Senate President? Okay.
The
Thanks.
AP is item 19.02, the third paragraph, I believe. So 19.02. 19.0 through, it's the third paragraph. It says approval of all new courses, modifications to existing courses, new programs or modifications to existing programs, and program discontinuances. Rest first with the college's curriculum committee that includes representation from appropriate segments of faculty, administrators, and students. So there should already be a student there. And I think it just allows for our board policy to acknowledge the students' rights and better align the two.
I'm going to disagree, but I'll leave it to my colleagues to make a motion.
Yeah, I don't know. I struggle with this and that's why I kind of wanted to pull it, but I get that it's in the AP, but includes representation from appropriate segments. I don't know. I just think writing a new course that our experts, our faculty and the different groups in there. I don't know. It seems there's so much training and degrees and expertise included in that process. To have students be part of the development process. I don't know. It just, I would leave it to the experts. If they were comfortable with it, is that bullet in there perhaps, but I don't know if we want to get in a debate here at the board meeting about it.
Yeah, I think academic senate and classified senate folks, it does say appropriate involvement of the faculty academic senate in all processes. If we add students in there because it says appropriate involvement, I mean, yeah, we're not going to have students writing the course or creating syllabi, but if they're represented on curriculum committee and it's specified in the AP, are you guys have any issue at this point, or do you want it to go back for further discussion, or is that change okay?
I think it would be inappropriate for me or any individual academic senate presidents to make that decision. I think that would be something our curriculum committees would discuss at our local campuses before
Right,
we would be able to.
Then it should just go back if the board is interested to do that. Or you can approve it as is, as it came through.
Chair, I won't die on a hill on this, but I will just kind of refer all of you to page 39, 6.01, the student government reports. It states it really clearly for the purposes of this section, district and college policies and procedures that have or will have a significant effect on students include the following. And number 4, it's curriculum development. So seems
Okay,
kind of
we're going
clear.
to send it back. So can we have a motion then to approve policies or items 1305 and then 04, 05, 07 through 15. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve items 1304, 05, and 1307 through 1315. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Student trustee Rodriguez.
Okay. Thank you for that, everyone. No one is absent tonight. So we'll, if I get to skip something. Okay, action to the business services and administrative services brought this to us with recommendations for approval. Dr. or Chancellor, Dr. El Patel.
Yes, the first item, 1501, there are three different ones, but 1501 is the budget criteria and assumptions. And as the academic senates and classified senates have mentioned, it has gone through committee and over actually several months, so probably 3, 4, 5 meetings, in addition to other meetings, operational meetings. And of course, the board committee on administrative services looked at and reviewed it. I will just comment, there's a lot of information in there and I'm sure that you've had a chance to read it or most of it. A couple of things, there's a 5.33 COLA listed. As you know, the governor, that number may change at the May revise, but based on the current information, that's what we have. I also will comment, we're projecting an increase of 9.6% for health and welfare benefits because of some CalPERS change that equals approximately $1.7 million. I'm looking at the bullets at the bottom of the page. A decrease in district funding for retiree health benefits of 1.9 million. I just want to comment, that's not a decrease in the cost. It's a change in where it's being paid for. So it's being paid out of a reserve fund. And if you have questions about it, Mr. office can talk about that a little bit more. And then lastly, $1.1 million of additional funding in district-wide services, simply because we're still not receiving parking monies. So we're projecting much lower revenue than has been had in the past. Her funding is going to be no longer available to replace the funding. And so those are some of the key issues in the budget criteria and assumptions. And then also there was some brief discussion about some of those topics to the full board in January at the mid-year retreat. And Mr. Zavas, I would be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, are there any questions? Trustee Chancellor.
I'm going to combine some questions with 15.01 and 15.02. So the criterion assumptions and then the allocation model. Thank you very much. So I'll start with the budget criteria and assumptions. You know, on page 213, the fourth bullet says provide resources and support for high quality, innovative instruction programs and services to students. That's an easy one for me because I know we do that at our 3 colleges and just DAC. My question is, does this budget criterion guiding principles and our assumptions, does it also offer for new programs and new services to students? So the reason why I ask that is, you know, when I go out into the community, as we all do, a lot of times community is very proud of, you know, our various programs, some of which are have wait lists. So when I speak to constituents, one of the things that I hear the most is from students wanting to get into the Ventura College nursing program, for example. And I think the wait list, correct me if I'm wrong, 2 years-ish, maybe. So in the back of my mind, I'm always going, can we expand that program? And then I think of some of the opportunities for students with, you know, we heard about the cafeteria getting a remodel at Ventura College, but we still don't serve hot food. And it's not really truly a cafeteria. It's a place for students to hang out. So I guess my question is, when do we include in this, and is this the appropriate place? And is the intent of these 2 items, the resource allocation model and the budget criterion assumption? So maybe this is a question for the chancellor and the board. Is the intent to get input from the board for these? Is this the appropriate place for trustees to say our budget should reflect some input from the board? Because if it is, I got some input. And I think our community has some input or is coming to us as trustees, at least to me, with some input on expanded new programs. And maybe they're out there, but it would be really powerful or helpful to see what the list is of new programs coming through the pipeline at our 3 colleges. Are we going to have a new cohort or a new program? If so, when is it going to come online? Are we going to expand in the Santa Clara River Valley? When is that going to come online? And will that be reflective in these budgets? Because I don't want to ask all of these questions when we have our adopted budget, unless that's the appropriate place. So as a trustee, my question is this the appropriate place? And if it is, I don't know if we're facilitating by just approving these, which is a rollover for the most part, the appropriate place to do just that. And with that question, I want to ask a specific question if we approve these 2 items, are we also giving the district through operations the latitude or the ability to approve the new positions at the DAC?
If I may address a couple.
Okay, I didn't think so either, but I want to get some clarity on that.
That was on, I think, 02, which I was going to address that, but I'll answer what I thought was going to be your first question, which I think is important for me to speak to. So the budget allocation model allocates dollars to the colleges. The colleges, through their processes and program review and external scans of the environment, they decide what new programs and services they're going to offer continuously over, years, right? So that's just an ongoing iterative process that happens at the colleges. So all of the money that flows to the campuses, they use that money for those purposes. And And I think that they would say that, and I think you probably have read many of those things in their reports that they have provided and so on. The other question you had asked about the district administrative center. So the allocation model as it stands today, as is presented to the board, because we have not finished the discussion process through DCAS to make a recommendation, a proper recommendation to the chancellor that would come to the board, et cetera. It shows that the district office administrative center still would be funded at 7.1%. So nothing changes at all, no positions, no anything. However, if you, when you get a chance to review the last DCAS notes after they get approved next Thursday, I don't know if the draft is online yet. We're having 2 more meetings on this particular topic. One of the meetings is Thursday morning. And then that's the DCS work group meeting. And then there will be the formal meeting, which is a monthly meeting, the subsequent Thursday. And so as stated in the narrative on 1502, we will be bringing forward something, maybe, depending on what a recommendation comes out of DCAS on that particular topic. We needed to bring this forward right now to the board. This is the month that it comes forward. There's a lot of operational issues that have to be started. And so that's why we needed the approval at this point, with a caveat that is likely something will come next month on that particular topic.
Maybe I'll rephrase my question just because I'm more example orientated, as you probably have noticed. So let's say, shocking, let's say I, as one trustee, hear a lot of concerns that the wait list for School of Nursing program at Ventura College is too long. Or I hear male students of color aren't graduating as are female students of color, okay? And that's a concern. And I want to see a budget reflect that.
So,
okay. So is the appropriate place to advocate for that here with these 2 items?
No,
No.
it's not from this diet. In my view, it's not, I mean, in my view, that is the colleges. I mean, like, for example, Moore Park College has cybersecurity classes and certificates that they didn't have when I started. So they're keeping up with the times and the jobs that are out there. I honestly think that if they could expand the nursing school at Ventura College, you know, find the faculty and make the building big enough and all the things that would have to happen to graduate more students, that it would be done. No one would want to have a wait list that long and not collect that revenue at the time. And so I have the faith in those colleges that they would have made them bigger if they could, if there wasn't some barrier. And they haven't come to us and said, you know, if you would just, whatever it is they need, you know, that there's an easy fix to it. There's been a wait list for the nursing schools as long as I've been a trustee. It's a.
And I'm not saying there is an easy wait list, but I am saying is I don't think we're stepping out of our lanes to say, or to ask for growth opportunities in programs. And I know that they're out there, but I think it's a communication thing that I would like to see what's coming in the 1 year, 5 year, 10 years. Santa Clara River Valley, for example. Where are we with that? Where obviously it's going to impact the budget, and it probably is going to impact Ventura College's allocation. So if we're approving these assumptions and criteria and allocation models now, but when do we see these things? Or at least when do we hear about them? Do we have backup documentation? I mean, another issue is our police department. We heard about that. There's a shortfall because of parking. What's the long-term plan for that in the next 3 years? And I get that School of Nursing, it wouldn't be easy, but I don't think it's impossible. And when you look at our dollars that we have, could we allocate more to expand more? So I don't know. To me, this seems like the appropriate place to ask these questions and to ask for the plans, not to create the plans, not to dictate the plans, but to ask for the plans.
So if I could add kind of to your very first question, I think, Trustee Chancellor, and that was, how is the board have input into the budget process. And really, you provided that overall input back in January and even earlier by discussing and approving the VCCCD 6-year strategic plan that has 4 broad goals for the district around access for students, increasing success rates, addressing DEI. And under those 4 goals, there are multiple objectives. And those objectives each have outcomes. And that's in place now. So there's an outcome to increase the number of degrees being put out by the colleges. So that's the board level direction. The colleges may decide, yeah, if Ventura College decides they want to invest their resources to increase nursing, and that's the way the best increase enrollment, which I know there's reasons why we can't, but whatever program they want to start, whatever adjustments they want to make in their schedules to increase enrollments, that's what they'll do. The board will, at the end of each annual cycle, when we cover, here's how the outcomes have changed, that's when we provide the examples of here's how the money was used at the colleges to move the outcomes forward. But it's a fairly high level. I mean, if you look at our strategic goals, those objectives, those outcomes, it's all very clear. And, you know, this is the clearest we've ever had that together as a district. And so I think, it's not the board's purview to direct how the colleges will use their funds other than at that high level. And so the colleges will develop their budgets, develop their priorities around those goals and moving towards achieve them in the best way that they see fit on the student services and instructional side. Now, we're always, all the colleges or anybody would want to know, oh, here's an idea, here, heard something, but it's not for the board to take up those causes typically, unless it's kind of coming through from the colleges at that operation.
I agree. I shouldn't say actually. I agree with that. I think the helpful point would be for the board to get behind what the future plans are in regards to the budget. So things happening, because as you stated, it's going to come back to the board and they're going to report out the outcomes, what we've done with the money at the 3 colleges. But I think equally important, if not more, it is to also come to this board with saying, here's our plan for the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And here's how we're saving, utilizing, and planning for upcoming innovative programs. And I don't think we're doing that now, sharing with the board. I know it's occurring. I know that because these programs can't just, hey, here's an idea, implement in 30 seconds. I know it takes years, but there has to be a way. And this is where I'd like to get a consensus perhaps from colleagues on the board is there an eagerness to know more information about upcoming innovative programs? And if there is, I think we need to ask staff to share that with us. And so I for one, would like to know some of the new innovative programs. And I can tell you, my constituents would like to know too, because I have to answer, as we all do, we have to answer to those people of what's coming up at our 3 colleges.
All right, Dr. Herrera, you've been dying to.
There's just a couple points that I'd like to make. Each one of the colleges have strategic plans, and they're long-term plans. So you can look at any of their plans and they align with what we're trying to do at the district as a district-wide. In addition, we have the DTRWI, where all of the new programs come through. They're all public documents. So you can see at any time if you want to go online and see what programs are coming forward or what curriculum or courses are coming forward. So there's a whole system around program development. It's not just one thing. So we do have the district-wide strategic plan, we have college plans, and then we have participatory governance processes where we review the new programs coming forward.
Trustee Torres.
for me is I'm reviewing the criteria, the budget criteria, guiding principles and assumptions. I'm looking in the enrollment management. And one of the things that we've stated as our goal as a board that we've talked about very much within our strategic goal session that we had was enrollment and the importance of student enrollment. And when you look at the enrollment management, you'll notice in the second sentence, the tentative budget will be developed assuming the FTEs will remain flat in fiscal year 23 as compared to fiscal year 22 operational. And so when I read that, the goal is to be able to increase our FTEs. And to me, I was hoping to be able to see an increase in not remaining, given the fact of where we are currently at the state level and the ability to be able to just really take that into consideration. And I see this as a living document that I'm assuming when this was vetted was at the time that we had the Omicron surge. And so at that time, looking at enrollment, it was going to be difficult. But now we've seen that many of our local universities and our K-12 partners are actually lifting mask mandates, and we're looking at a drop within our county in terms of that. And so for me, I'd like to see for myself, as I'm looking at this enrollment management with a goal to increase FTEs and not remain at the same because circumstances are changing. So for me, when I look at this, that stays the same, and that's definitely has not been a goal of the board. And so I understand maybe at this time when this was vetted, it was looked at a time when the surge was high. But I'm also looking into increase. I also looked at the infrastructure funding. So that's on page 217. This goes into, I'm looking into reserves. So reserves has been something that we've discussed about looking into a policy. It has been consistently been brought many times about what that would look like. And when we look at this doesn't include, for example, a conversation from trustees. What do we think that looks like? I know that in many conversations, we look at the quarterly budget and we've been looking at the, considering it, we said, can we please have like the most accurate of how it looks like? So when you look at reserves, there's a breakdown of reserves. There's a state required minimum. Then there's a revenue shortfall contingency reserve. There's a budget carryover. All of this falls under reserve. And I remember clearly hearing from Trustee Chancellor, can we just know what is the unrestricted reserve? Because although it's reserved, 2% of it is already set aside to go to the colleges because they're able to maintain 2%, including the DAC. And so what is truly the amount that we have? Because we also discuss a major initiative item. So for example, let's say Ventura College comes forward and they want to submit a proposal because they're looking into Santa Clara Valley area. Maybe if there's additional work, that's going to come through reserve. So that's not going to be touched through the allocation model. But we need to be able to then say, okay, how much do we have within our reserves? Because we might have initiatives coming forward to us from our colleges. And at this moment, when I see reserves, it's just broken down into many different areas that we want to, I know we've expressed that we want to see what is reserves like. This is what we have. This one is what's set aside for the colleges at 2% budget carryover. This is the revenue shortfall contingency. And this maintains it the same. So I feel that there's input in terms of the board is important. And this document is extremely important because the budget is going to be developed on these principles and this criteria, including with the other two documents coming our way. Because once it's developed, I mean, we're saying this is it. This is what we believe. And so the budget is going to be created. So this is a place to be able to have those conversations. And the board has expressed it over the last 2 years, the importance of starting this process early on. So perhaps January would have been the place to be able to bring this. And I remember very clearly last year we had a map designated or timeline of when this document would come forward to the board. And I remember that this document came to the board, was hoping to come to the board in December of 2020, because we recognized that we needed more time to be able to contribute to these documents, because this is it. These are the most important documents. It's not really the budget. Once the budget is done, a lot of work has gone through it, but the budget is based specifically on this. So I feel that there needs to be our input. I know for me, I'd like to see an increase in enrollment. Of course, I'm not going to say how much because that's not within my purview, but definitely to say the what is within the purview of our board, and the how comes down to the colleges and to the district, because it's been a priority.
So if I could have Vice Chancellor Al-Fattal address again, kind of the purpose of the assumptions and what the statements under enrollment management mean and why the reserve comments are what they are, because again, it's setting up for the planning. And then I don't know if Dr. Herrera, if you had something to add, but Dave.
So let me,
Can I say one thing first?
Yes.
Is we did have a reserves study session, I believe, in April of 2021, where we had a pretty extensive reserve study session, and we opted not to change our reserves policy. So it hasn't gone completely unaddressed because I went back and looked it up. So that's, I get you that you'd like to see amounts here, but that's.
About the reserves policy, and we said maybe this should be going to the Administrative Services Committee, because we said this needs to be addressed and this is important because this is going to be coming up. So I mean, we did recognize in our committee meeting, and it's in our minutes that we both discussed it, that this needs to be addressed.
That's when I looked it up and realized we had discussed it. And so, because when I keep that chart, when we're going to discuss things that we had discussed it, maybe something else should come first. Maybe we need to discuss it again. That's okay. We did.
There was, if I may add, there's also, for example, if I was looking here, we look at the infrastructure model, and I know that it's going to be coming up, and I know we looked at all the points. Oh, just let him answer. Is that okay?
So the district is down enrollment, and we've discussed it many times at the board level and at the campuses and so on, and we want to do everything we can to increase enrollment. And those things are happening. This particular narrative in the assumptions is saying we're going to make an assumption for budgeting purposes that enrollment is going to be flat. If, for instance, we said here, we're going to make the assumption that we're going to increase enrollment 10%, that means we would make this assumption that we're going to have a whole lot more revenue coming in. And the chances that the colleges may spend it, and if the revenue does not come in, then we have some serious financial problems. So what we're saying here is, we think all of the circumstances that revolve around this particular topic, we're going to make the assumption that it's going to stay flat. If we do great and everything gets better and the whole situation turns around and our enrollment skyrockets 20%, then we're going to make some adjustments on a monthly basis as we move forward throughout the year, recognizing that we have more revenue coming in. But this is just a prudent way to budget, to not make the assumption that a lot more money is going to come in when it's not going to come in, or when it may not come in. So that's the only part of the narrative here. Regarding the reserves, so these are the reserves that are set aside right now in the budget, and they have been set aside that way for a while. So we're just saying, we're not changing it. We're not adding anything to the reserves. We're not doing anything. We're just leaving it as it is. And I'll remind the board, you see the actual dollar values in the reserves all the time in the tentative budget, the adopted budget, and then also in the quarterly reports. So it's not that you've never seen what those dollars are. There's discussions about, should they change? Do they change? How far up do they go? How far down do they go? But those dollars are presented to the board all the time through those documents. And then lastly, if I remember, this particular, you Trustee Torres, you had commented about December. I don't remember all the different months and things that, maybe I presented things or others have presented, but this document relies on the governor's January budget proposal for the assumptions. We don't have those in December to even build this, to even hazard a guess of what information we might put in here. So those are my comments to those three particular issues.
Just given input, knowing that the governor's proposed budget was going to come in January. And so to start at least a process for us, that was the goal back in December 2020. Using the example about the enrollment. So you don't want to say that you're going to have more enrollment, because what if you don't? So you're going to project that it's going to stay the same. The other thing what happens is without those resources, so as I was reading the narrative, whatever, so let's say there is more funding that wasn't expected, it'll go to an unallocated ending balance. So that's very specific to what it could be used. So when I start thinking about building our reserve, like reserve for us as a board in terms of having the funds if we need to, unrestricted, basically having one that within our reserve is unrestricted, because like I mentioned before, when we look at how much we have within our reserve, it looks like, wow, there's so much in reserves. And there is, but some of it is already geared towards specific areas. So what happens to me and this is an area that, and I don't know where it would look specifically within our allocation model, but should we have that excess of revenue because we didn't project to have, let's say, more students? Because at the time when this was developed was also when the surge was high. The hope is that with now things getting much better, we will be able to have more of our students returning. So there will be hopefully more income than we anticipated to be able to in return give that back to our students within it, which is with our colleges. Where does that money go to? If I'm reading it correctly, it would be the unallocated ending balance. And I'm interested as a board, I think, to have it go to a place where it's not restricted. And so that's where I'm looking for the experts to be able to say, okay, so we have this additional funding we weren't counting on, and we're so happy, thank God, more students are on campus. Where does that money go to? And where it goes, do we as a board then have the ability to say, okay, this came in as a major initiative ask, and therefore we're able to have the funding to provide to our college because this is what it needs. It could be more park with a zoo. It can be any reason. That's what I'm interested also in knowing, how is that reflected, because that'll be important.
So thank you for the question, if I may. So it doesn't always go to unallocated reserves in the sense of district-wide unallocated reserves that most people would consider unallocated reserves. So for instance, in 2 of the last 3 years, because of SCFF and how that was implemented, and we received, and the board should recall, I believe you'll recall, we received some additional dollars that we were never expecting very, very late in the year. And so those dollars actually, which may have flowed to unallocated, but what happened was through the budget process and through board approval, we allowed the campuses to carry over more than their up to 2%. And so they carried over more than their 2%, and it flowed to the colleges for the work that has to happen for the colleges. And also we were in declining enrollment, and most of it was all caused by COVID. So the money was flowing not to sit in unallocated reserves, but it was flowing to the campuses 2 of the last 3 years so that they could mitigate, problems that were going on just because of declining enrollment and the things that had to be implemented from COVID outside of the HERF dollars.
I like to emphasize that the purpose of these different sections is to really kind of just describe the status of where things are now. A lot of the information we got from the governor's preliminary budget, and those are reflected in here. So it provides the foundational numbers for the colleges to be able to, well, that we can model in the allocation model so the colleges can then start their budgeting process. A lot of these numbers are from that. It's not anything we've made up or are doing a lot of assumptions for. With each of the college presidents, all the discussions we've had, when this enrollment management section says flat, none of them want it to be flat next year. They're all working hard to grow that, but you also taking a prudent response to budgeting, as Dave explained, is important right now because we're hoping it grows. But again, the decline hasn't stopped for us yet. So budgeting prudently makes sure we don't get into a worse situation there.
Sure.
Just a couple questions. And one of the things that popped out to me was benefits for health and welfare were going up by 9.6%. Is that across the state with all districts that use CalPERS, or is that just us?
So no, that would, well, it depends on the number of employees that they have and so on, right?
Right.
But no, CalPERS, I don't recall, it's the first time they did this in 30, 40 years. They went from 3 plants to 2, and the district chose process-wise to pick up that additional cost. So that happened across everybody who has CalPERS. That happened. However, I have talked to other districts, and health and welfare benefits, generally increases all the time. And so there are, I won't say the same rate. I don't know. It could be higher, could be lower. It depends on what the organization is, where they're buying their benefits from. But 1.7 million for us, 9.6%. That's our estimate.
Okay. Then, we have a designated reserve for our CalSTRS and PERS increase. And part of our assumption was it listed the increase. For example, STRS was going to 16.92 to 19.10%, and CalPERS 22.91 to 26. Is that the end currently of any planned increases that we're hearing from the state, or are there even more increases in the next 3 years?
No, I think there's, I don't know, James, maybe James can respond. I think CalPERS is already on the books. It's been legislated to go up one more time, I believe. So no, there still will be, and I'm sure there will be, continue to be increases over time.
Okay, so this looks like a big increase. What's the trigger point that we use our designated reserves for increases?
So we don't have a defined trigger point.
Okay.
I guess that's the simple answer.
Okay, that's worrisome.
Well, most one, and I think you've heard me say it before, 1 million. I wasn't here when the million was set aside, but 1 million really is a drop in the bucket. I mean, some districts have put 20 million, 25 million into a irrevocable trust for STRS.
No, I agree. It is a drop in the bucket, but when it's sitting there and there's $1 million of need for opportunities for student, I mean, you saw what we went through for 500,000 for an innovation at one of our colleges. So, and I'm going to summarize all my comments for these 2 items. I'm not comfortable with carrying over any more funds with the reserve that we have. I mean, we Dr. El-Fattal, we heard you say, like, we're doing everything we can for enrollment, and we're doing everything we can for student opportunity. I just see it differently. I don't think you can do everything that we can and still save money when we have a huge savings. If we didn't have a huge reserve, abnormally large, I would say, yeah, maybe it's a prudent thing to do. There's a cliff coming. On the other hand, these programs on this enrollment crisis that we have could actually be, or should be, an investment to bring in more revenue. Are we doing everything we can and still carrying over dollars? And that's, I think, a question for the board. That's why I'm not going to be supporting these 2 items, because I'm not comfortable with it. I think there's student opportunity, there's wait lists, that we have programs that could we, and that is a specific question, I think, maybe for our college presidents, but I'll on the chancellor to decide that, is, do our 3 colleges have, I haven't seen the list that Dr. Herrera mentioned, but do they have the resources, the revenue to implement this list of new innovative programs with their current budgets that we will hopefully be approving next year? Or some of these big projects, do they require, for example, cafeteria at Ventura College? Do they require an increase in revenue, or I'm sorry, in expenditures, basically more dollars to do that? And if they do, when do we support that, and how do we do that?
Sure. So I just want to say, as a poli-sci major and as someone who kind of follows all this stuff closely, I think this is really interesting. But I think that although my colleagues, we serve and we bring, your district's perspective, right? You bring your neighbor's perspective. That's why we have districts. That's why this is a public board. And I think the way that we achieve bringing that perspective is not through these policies in particular, but I think it's through hosting town halls. It's through, really facilitating communication between the colleges, the district, and the constituency. And like our chancellor mentioned, it's through our strategic plans. In the Moore Park one, I remember so vividly, there's a picture of community members. They're all going up to, a wall, and it's place a sticky note where, the goal that you like, and, that's done already. The community has input, and it's done through the policy. And then the policy is our voice. It's the voice of the board. In the operations, our staff takes that and they run with it, but it's a majority of the board. No single trustee, the minority of the board does not get to influence that operation. It's really the majority of the board, as much as we may like it or hate it. That's just the way it is. And I think these two policies, they're really just kind of the best practices. These are, it says that, the governor's proposal, they're basing it off of some of these, the things that all of the other districts are doing in the state. And I think where the disconnect may lie is just how the budget, the strategic goals are, the outcomes, as our chancellor also mentioned. And maybe I think that's where really there could be better communication on just the outcomes and having that understanding, and not necessarily going into individual programs and items, because that I don't think is that broad overarching policy that the board sets. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Okay, thank you for that. Trustee Torres.
In reviewing the, just like Trustee Chancellor mentioned, I'm going to go into 15.02, also the actually allocation model. I'm looking at page 225, the District Administrative Center DAC. And so when I'm looking at a resource allocation model that we're approving as a board, and I'm reviewing, I have in my notes, it's how it's going to look like. So if I know that the DAC is going to receive 7.1%, then we're approving as a board, okay, this is how it's going to look like. So in the resource allocation model, they're going to receive their 7.1%. But when I read at the very bottom, it says this portion of the model is currently considered for changes, and discussions are ongoing at DCAS. An update will be brought forward after DCAS has finished its review. This could potentially mean it goes into a higher percentage. So at that point, if the way I read this, and please correct me if I'm misreading it, once I approve this allocation model, because of that's in parentheses, that is going through DCAS, I was made aware that this can change. And when I read at this, it actually states that where it starts, it's kind of towards, I want to say sentence 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. If you read just 7 down, it says each year after review, if it is determined that specific budget items are to be reassigned between DWS and DAC, or the colleges and DAC, the percentage of revenue will change accordingly. So as a trustee, as a board, I've been notified that there might be a change. So once I approve this, I'm approving it with 7.1%, but knowing that there might be a change, and it might be higher. It might be, and I don't know that, but that's the way I interpret it, because they're going to go and develop a budget. And right now there's going through the DCAS. There's already, they're discussing, I believe it was the positions that came forward to the board for the DAC Center, and it's going through the participatory governance process. And I almost feel like it would be most appropriate for us to approve a resource allocation model once we have a percentage. So whether it stays at 7.1%, whether the DAC is going to receive 9 point such percent, I think for us, it's best to approve a model that's going to be reflective of how it's going to currently look. And I think right now it's in the process of the committees. So my recommendation would be to have this come forward to us once it's been vetted, and this is the actual percentage of what's going to be going through DAC, because it's been approved, it's been vetted, and it's coming forward to the board. And this is a resource allocation model that we're approving, whether it's with the 7.1% or if it's going to be with the higher percentage for the DAC Center, with recommendations coming forward to us that have been vetted by the participatory governance process.
Saying, but we've been talking about the DAC changes for quite some time, and they're not ready yet. But the rest of this, the budget has to move forward. They have things that they need to move forward with.
If
I'm
I may
sorry,
just
Dr. Alpha.
clarify for trustee Torres,
Please.
as I mentioned earlier, tonight, the 7.1%, if, assuming the board approves it, it will stay that way. It's my intention to bring, if it changes, if there's any recommendation that's going to come forward to the board, it will come forward in the April board meeting. And the board then will have a choice if it comes forward to either yes or no to that, right? So it's not going to change without your knowledge. It's not going to happen that way. So if you vote for this at 7.1, and then if something comes back in April, then it would change. But we need to do this today versus waiting one more month just because there's a lot of operational issues that need to be dealt with based on the information that we have here.
And my thought on if it grows, we can have an unbudgeted FTES and say unbudgeted FTES that if things grow, then that has to go to the colleges of the students. I mean, we can add that to our assumptions if we're lucky enough to have that happen. Vice
Chair.
Trustee Perez.
If I may, and committee chair Mantooth, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the committee, the Administrative Services Committee, knows this is an item of interest amongst the board and our constituents. Pose question of additional positions. And so at our committee meeting, recognizing the need to move this forward, we did so, understanding that this is not a predisposition on any question or that it allows any room for the assumption of consent on any outstanding question. I just want to make that clear. I think Vice Chancellor Al-Fattal has been very clear in that message as well.
Okay, any other discussion? Vice Chair Mantooth.
Not at all. I would like to recommend and move that we approve acceptance of the budget criteria and assumptions.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on that? Now we're just on the assumptions at this point, 1501.
Yes, Chair.
Trustee Chancellor.
I'll very briefly summarize my comments. Because I too have studied political science. That's right. And, I guess my takeaway is if there's a public organization, public institution like the Ventura County Community College District that currently has roughly $70 million, and the organization itself through operations isn't compelled to utilize those dollars through operations and provide more opportunity to our community and to our students, then it is up to the board to direct that organization through the chancellor and let the chancellor and the organization itself do just that. And I may be mistaken, but that's our role. And I don't know if we have a consensus to do that, but that's why I can't approve this is we're still carrying over, not spending what our state and federal and county taxpayers are giving us. And I feel that we can do more, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so if there's nothing further, please vote. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Trustee Perez? Your vote?
I voted yes.
Okay. Student trustee? All right, motion carries 3-2. Student trustee, yes. Moving on to 1502, the allocation model. And we have talked about that. I actually had a question in here. It was just like the district administrative center and the utilities and sustainability. Trustee Chancellor's brought it up many times. Is there any, does DCAS ever consider savings, any incentives for savings for we're trying so hard. We have a sustainability resolution. I know we've got a lot of things on our plate right now, so maybe this isn't the year for it, but just to kind of throwing it out there. I know we've got solar arrays, we've got other things, but I just, what other things are being done towards sustainability? And that can be just, again, that was what I saw when I went through this is with the DAC paying utilities. And I know we do that out of fairness because the colleges are all very different. And that was, I understand the reason behind it, but I also understand that with no incentive to do something, sometimes it's just not done. So that's my only comment. And that's it. Any other comments, questions? Trustee Chancellor.
Very briefly, one thing I'd like to see with the allocation model is a stronger connection to the SCFF. We've been asked to sort of adapt our resources to that. And I, as a trustee, have found it to be a hard time to see the connection there and to know what we're doing looking forward with the SCFF, not just in the past. And I would echo your comments in regards to the utilities. I would love, and I think it's, I don't want to say it's an easy fix, but I think there could be a hold harmless, like here's what you spent last year, and that transfer those dollars to the 3 colleges and DAC and hopefully incentivize saving some resources. So those are my only comments with that.
Yeah, Trustee Torres.
In terms of the infrastructure model, I think there's times where I didn't know if there's a year that we didn't necessarily use our funding to go into the infrastructure model, given the fact that we received funding from HERFs and the CARES Act. And so there's a lot of funding that came to facilities. So when this was created, there was nothing. I think in the narrative that I read, a lot of the time.
You're on the next item.
Am I on the next item?
We're still on the.
Sorry. You're right. Sorry.
Okay. We'll get there.
Sorry.
Okay, so
I think for me, I'm sorry if I just
Go
may say
ahead.
for me where I stand, really, for me, it would have been really helpful to just know what the percentage would look like to feel comfortable approving and say this is a percentage, whether it's a 7.1 or whether it's going to be a 9 point something. That would make me feel comfortable approving the allocation model, knowing specifically for the DAC what that currently looks like. I know it's going to be coming to us next month. But this would have been nice to just have the anticipated and having it gone through the process and then let us know before this comes to us for approval. So that is the only reason why I'm not going to be supporting it, is just because I don't have the number of what it could be.
Okay. Any other questions? Do I have a motion?
Move approval.
Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the allocation model as it is tonight. All those in favor? Aye. Student trustee?
Aye.
No?
No.
Motion carries 3-2. Student trustee, yes.
Thank you.
Moving on to the, now we're moving to the infrastructure funding model. Trustee Torres, you had some questions.
So the infrastructure model, when it was, and I read the narrative, when the reason we have it is because with the ACCJC, we needed to have total cost of ownership. And it was something that came in as a recommendation that we needed to address it, because it seems like whenever anything needed to be repaired or maintained, it was coming through categorical funding. But given the fact that this last year we've received substantial amount of money coming from the different funds from the federal government and state to be able to really renovate our facilities, do a lot of the work in the infrastructure. Again, going into how can we bring in funds to have within for our students. For me, it would have been one of the things that and I know I've mentioned it before in previous years about the possibility of for a year, considering that the funding doesn't go necessarily to the infrastructure model, and what would have gone to the infrastructure model goes to the reserve, for example, to strengthen, for example, the major initiatives because of this year. So when this was developed, there was no COVID and there was no funding coming to us. So there was a need, and I'm not advocating to remove it because we need to have something in place for accreditation. But I am saying to consider not necessarily funding it for this specific year because of all the money that came to us from the federal government to really sustain our entire structural facilities. So we are able to build, whether it's a major initiative in our reserve, to be able to then give back to our students. And I know that I remember 2 or 3 years ago, I was with Trustee Kennedy. We were in the Administrative Services Committee, and I believe it must have been Dr. El-Fattal said that if the board wished to do so, they could. And so it wasn't removing it, but it was simply suspending for 1 year funding to go through the infrastructure model. So it goes to maybe a major initiatives. And then the following year, we can reinstate it back to what we have. So is that something that the board would be willing to consider or to have a discussion about for the infrastructure model?
Do you want to, or Chancellor?
Again, what I would emphasize is that this has been discussed for a number of months. Really, as soon as one budget process is done, the next one begins. There was no interest among, the colleges to not have their 113 fund available because they do have plan needs for that. There was no recommendation from DCAS other than what is here. So the process has been followed. Staff and the colleges are recommending to fund the infrastructure model. It's the board's discussion from there, but there's no recommendation to not fund it for this year. We recommend funding it as it's been proposed.
And the board may recall that there have been presentations, presented to you about the long-term plans that the campuses have for utilizing that money and service the students through facilities, et cetera. And I think those have been coming forward once a year. So.
Over that the colleges receive the percentage that went to them. Typically it's a 2%, but they did have an increase. So they did receive additional funding. And this is only because as a board, this is where we're giving our input. We now have really a major initiatives item line in our reserves. And if it wasn't because of the substantial of money that came to our district in terms of really renovating and doing the work we needed to do within our facilities, I wouldn't be recommending it. And so that's why when I say this 1 year suspension to it, it would go into the reserves, and then next year we're able to reinstate it because of, unfortunately, of having COVID and having the money come to us. But that's just what we're looking in terms of our students and in our equity. This will allow us to be able to use funding and hand it to our colleges when they come to us for a request for our reserves. And that's one of the reasons why I'm considering it. This is, I don't know specifically what the colleges would, I don't know the plans, but of what they're thinking of using this additional funding that would come to them. But at this moment, we really don't know what the amounts, because it's based on whatever comes out of the utility. So as we look at how it's funded, the infrastructure models I was reading, it really comes back, let's say, like I saw utilities, whatever is extra gets placed there. And so we don't know what that's going to look like. There might be more revenue because if we have more students coming, it's more of where I'd like for this year to have that funding come to an unrestricted, because right now I'm gonna restrict it. So I can't do much with it. And so I think as a board, looking at the time that we're in for our students in terms of equity, in terms of really giving our colleges additional support when they need it, we have that unrestricted amount. And so for me, it's for this year, because that is within our jurisdiction to be able to do that, is we consider perspectives, but we also can say for this year, we're going to suspend it and this amount is going to come into our reserves. The colleges did receive additional carryover money. So it's not like we're taking away, it's more putting it in a different place.
Chair. I'm not an expert in this, and so I would like to ask staff if it's appropriate what that would look like, what my colleague Trustee Torres is proposing of not funding. What would that look like?
Really sorry. I'm going to take a 2-minute break here and give the gavel to Trustee Mantooth. Don't think we're going to be going.
Yeah, again, I would advocate here for the colleges to be able to have the infrastructure model funded because they did get a lot of HERF funds and things. A lot of those monies did go to direct student aid. A lot of those went to technology for students. Some of them used them to expand some facilities, and update their AC units, but that's a small part of all the plans and infrastructure needs that are there at the colleges, and they plan on this and rely for it to be coming through. And if they don't get it for a year, they'll have less money to take care of any infrastructure needs, or they'll have less money towards savings for some of their bigger projects that they need to get implemented as well.
Technically speaking, it's not going to change the reserves because I'm sure recall in the quarterly reports and the additional information we provide, the reserves are comprised of 111, 113, and 114. So if money doesn't flow to 113 or 114, it's going to stay in 111, but the aggregate is going to be the same number. So, and then another perspective, just, dovetailing to what the chancellor was saying, the money is at the colleges. The money is set aside at the colleges for the colleges. They have plans for it. Sometimes they're short-term plans, sometimes they're midterm, and sometimes they're longer term. And so in many respects, this major initiative conversation is about and has been about the money is here already for us to do what we want with it. Why would we create a system that we have to go ask somebody for money that we already have? I mean, that's a whole different matter. And I would just say this, just on a personal note, I personally might want to do things one way, and each trustee might see doing things one way, and the presidents might see doing it that way. But the presidents are responsible for their campuses and for implementing all the programs that they have. There's all sorts of experts at the campuses that do great work in thinking about serving students and actually serving students. And so I just want to say there's always a different way of looking at things and doing things differently. And each one of us probably has a different perspective on that.
Thank you. I appreciated that response from staff, but I did see that I think our budget director was kind of trying to get attention. So I don't know if you want to make.
I'm happy for James to make a few comments. He's intimately familiar with the detail if the board is okay.
Okay, I just wanted to add one other thing. With the infrastructure model, it funds a lot of things that the excess money we receive from the state and the federal government isn't allowed to fund. For example, the scheduled maintenance money that comes in from the state can only go towards large capital projects or instructional equipment. This also goes towards funding a lot of our program review items or non-instructional equipment or other projects that can't be funded with those restricted funding sources. So that would just be one thing to keep in mind, is that a lot of the money that's here is used to supplement the things that can't be funded with the restricted funding sources we get from the state.
Thank you.
I've always seen the purpose and the value of the 113 fund. I just think we have too much money that's not being spent. So I'll just summarize it that. Thanks.
I don't disagree with you, but it's one-time funds, and I would much rather ask, for someone to come back with recommendations on how to spend the one-time money rather than us just keep saying we have too much money. I would much rather have DCAS and the participatory governance process come back and say, okay, here's a way that you can take this one-time money and do something really valuable with it.
But just for clarification, we self-designate it as one-time money because it's carryover funds that come from the general fund as ongoing.
Right.
So that's a decision we make.
Yeah, it's been a historic that we've had, a balance and, an unspent balance each year. And so that's made the reserves grow. And now I think in 2025, I want to save some money for that because it could be awful. But, because again, I don't want to be signing layoff notices ever again.
Need to have the funding. That would be 111, right? The fund, because I remember, and thank you for clarifying the reserves, because
We're kind of, the infrastructure funding model, I think that it's my opinion, it's way too late to suspend it for this next year when it's already been budgeted for. They're just going to have to take it from someplace else. I don't think that's something we should do from the dais at this time. So I think at this point, we should probably just vote, but I need a motion and a second on the infrastructure funding model. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the infrastructure funding model for action item 1503. Is there any further pertinent discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
no.
Okay, motion carries 3-2. Student trustee, yes. Trustee Torres, trustee Chancellor, no.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to accreditation update. We have a couple of notes here. Anything further, Dr. Herrera?
Notes in the public content.
Yeah, thank you. Chancellor's report.
Have the brief written comments there. And in addition to those, I do want to take a moment to congratulate our Associate Vice Chancellor, Dan Watkins, there in the back on receipt of a Technology Focus Award. And that's from the Chief Information System Officer Association here for our state community colleges. And there were 3 Focus Award winners, and we're really fortunate for the work that Dan and his team do for our colleges. So thanks, Dan, and congratulations. And then I'd also like to extend congratulations to all 4 of the classified employees of the year representing our 3 colleges in the district office. And I know that Mara will do a great job representing us at the state level as well with her great application. I think that's it. Other than, again, thank you to, the college presidents, the academic classified senate students for submitting all of your reports that I know the trustees appreciate and read through as well.
I had just one question about the HR monthly update. I just noticed that there's still the written and oral exams, and with the EEO committee and DEI, that there's just a lot of questions around written and oral exams, and are they being looked at yet, or when might we expect them to be? The questions about the written and oral exams, I mean, it's just my understanding that that those are barriers to having a diverse candidates, or, make it through, that those sometimes get in the way. And so I just wondered, are we looking at those? Do we plan to look at those? I noticed all of these oral exam, written exam, oral exam, written exam. And it just brought it to my mind that in our training that we were told that those are big barriers, because they're not often a good predictor of success at the job.
Yeah, so it really depends on each classification. So we try to do a job analysis before every recruitment. And so depending on the results of that job analysis, then we find out a way to test for whatever it is that's critical. In some cases, writing is critical. In the past, I would say maybe about 3-4 years ago, we used a pretty stock written like Excel and Word exam for most of our clerical positions. That has gone away for a lot of them as they come up. So we do still use it for some office assistant and admin assistant, but it's like a simulated test. So when we call it a written test, it's really a simulated test. Yeah, and depending on the results, so we validate them. So we have current subject matter experts take the test, and that's how we come up with scores, or at least pass points. But it really is on classification per classification basis. But yes, we look at them as they come up every time.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Anyone else? Okay, this is just an information. So moving on. Okay, discussion action, no, 1802. No items. Okay, so then we'll move to trustee reports. Does anyone have anything to report? Trustee Mantu.
I do, but I'm going to reserve my comment under 2001 to 2002.
Okay. Trustee Cancer. You brag about that museum, I'm going to kill you.
And no, it has to do with enrollment and marketing. I reached out to the chancellor, but I'd just like to somehow, a big part of our enrollment in marketing is reaching out to 12th graders and 6th graders and 7th graders and, our middle school and high school students. And if there's a way to support our K-12 partners with funding for buses, I think that would really make a difference of getting more students on our 3 college campuses. So if I don't know if that's something that can be looked at, and a line item can be, or our K-12 partners can be supported with some of that. There's a lot of students that would love to firsthand be on our college campuses and check it out. I'd also like to explore the long-term plans of having a personnel commission. I know most community college districts do not. So I'm curious about the long-term plans on that. And that's all I have.
Yeah, I missed about 4.04. Oh, I'm sorry. I was so busy celebrating, we didn't actually take action to endorse our candidate for the classified employee of the year. So we will go back, and if someone wants to make a motion to support our classified nominee.
I'd love to make that motion.
I'll
Thank
second.
you. Moved by trustee Chancellor, seconded by trustee Rodriguez. Any discussion other than congratulations again? All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, aye. Okay, sorry about that. So excited about the plaque. Forgot about, we actually have to vote on it. Okay, back to where we were. Any other trustee reports? Okay, the meeting evaluation, please, starting with, we'll start down there this time, student trustee Rodriguez.
On the positive, I would put this in the first box, the communication. I think there was quality, honest, focused, and respectful and patient debate. I think we did a really good job. I feel like I really was able to kind of understand where all of you were coming from. And I also feel like you were able to understand where I was coming from on some of the different policies. And I really think we did a good job at being patient. I think we may have been a little too patient during certain items. I feel like we could have definitely kind of moved along after a certain point. And but I think overall the communication, that was definitely a plus for me, I feel. And that's it.
Thank you. Trustee Chancellor.
I enjoyed our meeting tonight.
Nope, that's not going to work. You did that last time and that does not meet the stand. That's not going to meet accreditation standards. So you're going to have to do better than that this time. I let you get away with it.
Okay. I feel that personally, I feel some of the decisions that I make would benefit from hearing from our 3 colleges, and in particular from our 3 college presidents. And I'll use an example tonight, the allocation model and some long-term plans. I know they're there. I'd love to hear your abilities of getting those to the start line and through the finish line. And do you have the resources to do it? So there's my plus and negative. or not negative, area opportunity for growth. And I'm going to take my 2-minute restroom break now.
There you go.
I'll watch the video and hear it.
Okay. Trustee Perez.
Communication seems to be the theme. A couple of things. One, I still think the staff reports could be more helpful with giving some additional background, especially to some of the more weighty issues. Again, everybody's busy and there's passage of time between the times we visit an issue. So it's helpful to be reminded at least of the relevant points of the issue. And also, there are measures on the dashboard and on the website that where we, as trustees, if we have a question or even an important point, suggestion, we could go to the website, go to the dashboards and see, okay, what are the outcomes for our African-American male students versus the female students and things like that. I say that, although I'm being reminded of it tonight during the meeting. After tonight, life will get busy again, and I may not always go to the district and college websites. And regarding the request for information to be kept up to speed on important developments or plans at the colleges, that's a two-way street, I believe. We visit the campuses, we visit the president's offices. I think that's an opportunity to learn, hey, what's going on, or what are the issues, or how can I better serve the students through the colleges. And yeah, tonight was a good meeting, I thought. I think the discussion was respectful. What time is it? Not too bad, actually.
Trustee Torres.
I felt the meeting went very well. There was a communication, and one of the things as the board is being able to really dialogue, and there's it's helpful. It's good for being included in the conversation, regardless of the outcome, but everybody has the opportunity to really voice their perspective and have the deliberation process as a board. Because we're ending close to 10:30, that says we are improving. So in terms of very, very much so, because our meetings used to go much longer. And so now when we actually look at the consent item of the calendar, when we look even at board policies to approve, it was just a few we discussed. I mean, we knew that the assumptions and criteria, the allocation model, that was going to take a lot of time. And I felt that we spent the time that was necessary for all trustees to really feel comfortable in being able to share their perspective. Then a decision is made, a vote is taken, but at least it was an inclusive process where everybody discussed. So for that, I felt it went very, very well. I think areas of improvement or to consider, I miss hearing from our presidents. I always enjoy their thoughts and words of wisdom that they have to share with us, letting us know this is how the college is going. These are some of the plans that we have. And for certain items like the resource allocation model or infrastructure model, it is helpful to hear from them and know these are the plans. This is what we're doing. And we visit them, and then they have a formal place where they can come and share on behalf of their colleges. And I think they have a huge responsibility, and being able to hear from them is helpful. So maybe that's something we can take a look moving forward in a space for them. But other than that, I think for us as a board and what we've committed to doing our meetings went very well. Again, 10:29, and we're very close to ending our meeting.
I'd like to start off with something positive about communications. And I differ, in my opinion, a little bit from Trustee Perez in that I think that particularly the student reporting is excellent. Our student member and the students at our colleges, those representatives, but the staff reportage is also enlightening and very valuable. In terms of process, Although sometimes lengthy, we had very positive deliberations on our policies. I thought that was a big plus. And in terms of interaction with staff, I can't say enough about recognition of our employees and our employees of the year. And earlier today, I was fortunate enough to attend the Oxnard College Classified Senate and watch Ms. Amparo Medina in action. And now I know why she was given that award. Thank you for that opportunity to listen and learn. Some things we can do better. I wish the board members could become more comfortable with the understanding that a budget is a living document and it isn't written in stone and it gets changed all the time. And any good budget manager worth their salt will tell you, you have to go in conservative. To go the other way could be very problematic. In terms of our decision-making, I think independent voices are the strength of this board. I think our advocacy is very important, but to recognize that action is dependent upon the board majority and not who speaks the loudest or speaks the most. And then again, following on that, in terms of our ground rules, I'm still hopeful that once actions are taken, particularly with regard to the budget, that the entire board gets on board with the majority. That's what we have written down. That's what we say we're going to do. But we're not there yet. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. I too thought that the communication, we spoke transparently, respectfully to each other, both in agreement and disagreement. And we had good discussions throughout with our interactions with staff. It's fun, so fun to celebrate them, but even everything was just respectful tonight. Some things it's just, we agree. It's like, I agree with Josh that I've watched our reserves grow even in years when they weren't supposed to. It's just, what are we going to do about it? And I think that's what we're asking of staff, and hopefully that got heard through the budget process. And I think even to a certain degree, Trustee Torres was saying the same thing with the infrastructure funding model, is how do we start getting some of this money out to students, yet still not put ourselves in harm's way in 2025. But I did think we kind of got way out of our lane in going there, but it was an important item. So even though we went out of our lane, we found our way back. I do think no votes have consequences there. It's not just, I didn't get the information I need. No means, sometimes that you can't go forward and do the things that need to be done. And I think having, processes screech to a halt is a dangerous game to play with. And I too miss hearing from the colleges. And so maybe some focused agenda items for the colleges to give brief input on would be more helpful for us going forward. So that's my. Okay. So with that, it was suggested, and I think maybe just a moment of silence and then adjournment with thoughts of our fellow humans in Ukraine and just the horror that's going on over there. And I'm so happy every day that we live here, and that the biggest thing that might happen is we might get snarky with one another. But I literally, I didn't think we'd see something like this again, and we are. So
Chair McKay?
Yes.
I would also like to add, recently, former supervisor John Flynn passed away. He was the Ventura County supervisor for, I think, like over 30 years. So if we could also have a moment of silence for him as well.
Yeah, we'll adjourn in his name as well. Thank you all for your attendance. We appreciate it very much.